Kim, where's one?
No, I'm gonna grab my laptop. I know where you get my family comes to yeah.
Right, good, how are you?
I guess that's where I was told to go around. We moved into the. Well, that's. He did both. I don't know, that was fun.
Oh, okay, okay.
There you go. Now we can see everybody. Get started. Everyone.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice, as required under the Open Public Meetings Act, was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Co-Star on December the 16th of 2021. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. Mr. Bunnell?
Here.
Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Point of order. About 6 months ago, we were having executive session meetings at the beginning of the meeting. That's not really fair to the residents who show up here. And one of the things that needs to be done when that happens is it needs to have a time limit on it. And this was advertised without a time limit, so I'd like to make a motion that we push this executive session to the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Point of order, it's on the agenda, it can't be pushed to the next,
You interrupted a point of order, or you interrupted a motion.
I'm sorry,
You interrupted a motion. The motion.
I'm sorry,
It's been seconded.
I'm sorry, Councilman, you're gonna have to let me talk.
It's been seconded.
It's on the agenda, and if it's on the agenda, it can't be motion to be taken off the agenda.
It wasn't advertised properly.
Um,
We could table it. It hasn't been advertised properly, and the motion has been seconded, so it's time for the roll call.
well, time out, why?
No, no time out, it's time for roll call.
No, what, if you look at the
Okay,
agenda.
fine. If we're gonna go outside the rules of order here, that's fine, Larry, go ahead.
No, you're not, I'm not going outside the rules of order.
Yeah, you are. There's a motion,
Trying to
it's
make
been
a point.
seconded, it's time for a roll call vote.
Trying to make a point.
The
point is
After the
that-
roll call vote, you can make your point.
There's a number of items on this agenda that don't have time limits on. Oftentimes, what we do at these meetings is when someone asks a question, how long will these items take? For instance, workshop discussion, we have short-term rental, continued relaxation, enforcement of tents, and change in zoning. I penciled in 30, 20, and 10 minutes, and I was going to bring that up at the time that comes up. So I don't believe we can take something off the agenda because there's no time.
We've been through this already.
I don't think we have.
Improperly advertised.
I don't think we have.
What's that, Scour Council? Again.
There's a lot going on there. What exactly is the question?
We went through this about 6 months ago, and it was identified that when you have the executive session at the beginning of a meeting, it has to be advertised with a time limit so that residents who don't want to sit here and wait know what time the regular meeting is going to start. And we all agreed to do it. And this one was advertised without a time limit. There's no time limit here. Last 2 weeks ago, it was advertised with 30-minute time limit.
Does it have a resolution?
No, it does not.
Okay, I mean, you could add, I mean, the procedural fix for that particular issue, just adding it to the resolution, so the public will come back.
Well, I already made a motion in the second.
The motion is a different question as to what order the agenda is going to go in. You're the body of that, so that's a different question. But I don't think the time limit, because it's supposed to be part of the resolution, you pass an executive session is a reason not to have it, but when the resolution passes, it's a different question, right? You guys decide what order and what you do.
Well, I made my
Yeah, so as I was going to cover when we started the meeting, I do apologize that we have the sequencing of this up front in the meeting. It's not normal. We don't necessarily like to do it this way, but it's necessary because of some of the other things on the agenda. I would suggest that this the executive session will be about 45 minutes.
It wasn't advertised this way, so my motion was stated and seconded.
What's that?
I just asked her what exactly the motion was.
The motion was, this wasn't advertised properly, so I'd like to push it to the next meeting.
She told me there was a motion on the table.
Well, there was a motion to push it to the next meeting and second was seconded.
Well,
Can we get a roll call vote? Yeah,
well,
let's do the roll call vote and be done with it.
hey, Councilman, will you just hold your horses here. The
I don't write horses, so. I can't.
I really think this is an important executive session. We've got two topics on there. And to move this would be really a disservice to the community. Now, having said that, if we want to move this executive session to the back of the meeting with the view towards the resolution that might tie to it would come after that too. I would consider that, but tabling it to the next meeting, it's on the agenda, the executive session's on the agenda, it's not coming off the agenda.
It wasn't advertised properly, there's been a motion.
Well, then what else there's not time limits on anything here, and you're citing something that happened a few months ago. And I'm not sure that that was ever documented or agreed to, that that's the way it would be. There's nothing on this agenda that has a time limit. Nothing. So what you're almost saying is throw out the whole agenda.
No, it's very specific. In the state statutes that it's supposed to have a time limit on it when it comes up front. We went through this. We had a
That's
long
not in
discussion.
the state statute. I'm sorry.
We had a
It's
long
not,
discussion.
it's not in the state statute.
Let's ask Mr. Cannon again. Is there a requirement in the state statute
It's
that
the government versus Rutgers that talks about that issue. It's not a stat. Technically, well, neither of you are wrong.
case law?
It's a case law that says that
Okay.
there's a time limit must be told in the resolution so the public knows and they're not just sitting here with an undetermined time limit. That's how long it should take. So that's the rule. That's one question. The motion is second is the other question, right?
So my suggestion would be to, if we want to move the executive session to the end of the meeting. For that reason, I don't have a problem with that.
My suggestion is the roll call vote.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
My suggestion is the roll call vote to the second.
Eric, can we please get a roll call vote on the motion that's been made and seconded?
Okay, I'm sorry. You made the motion. Who seconded? Mr. Vanel,
Yes, I'd like to push this meeting, this executive session to the next meeting.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
No, apparently there's things that some members of council don't really want the public to know.
Mr. Weber,
Thanks.
Sir,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
fix it up.
I'm a little too excited.
I understand. Listen to me. Get coffee. Sit down. Guys, sorry. More, please. No.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
No, I won't vote for this, and I too see this as a significant issue in the context of we have a couple of significant issues to work through as a council. If we want to push this to the back of the meeting for purposes of people, time savings, again, I don't have an issue with that. Taking a prescribed agenda item that's in our statute off the agenda is just not proper, and I would really, I really do not want to do that at this point in time. So I'm going to make a motion to move this agenda item, the executive agenda item, to item number 15 of the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Vanel,
No.
Mr. Gubatose,
No.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
No.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. So again, unfortunately, I would suggest that, I'm sorry.
We can take it outside after.
Let's go. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Little civil before, that goes a long way. And she's not common.
Okay, we have a number of topics to address tonight. Again, I want to apologize for that sequencing, and I apologize for some of this conversation today. I don't think it's in the best interest of the borough. We have 3 workshop items tonight, which also kind of violates a agreement we had to only address 2 at a time. One of those topics, the change in zoning rules, allowing garage apartments, 5,000 square foot lots, increasing that to 7,500 square feet, was scheduled for our October 12th meeting. Our borough planner could not do the appropriate analysis for tonight. She's out of town and away, but Councilman Weber seems to want this on the agenda. We are going to review the understanding on the continuation of relaxed enforcement of borough codes for bar and restaurant tenants going forward. Additionally, we will discuss the short-term rental ordinance that we have been trying to bring forward for some months now. We do have a presentation on the Shade Tree Commission inventory report. And we have a ordinance introduction which amends chapter 45010. This is again, in my opinion, premature and clearly, I think it insults the planning board, the prior planning board and our borough professionals, but we'll talk about that later. We have another somewhat controversial ordinance adoption for 286, which is adding oversight authority for pickup schedules for public works. If you don't remember, our public works leaders that were here a couple of months ago expressed concern with that. Nonetheless, we have been asked to bring that forward. Okay, we will then move to fifth thing on the agenda, or the next thing on the agenda, which is the workshop discussion. First item on there is short-term rental ordinance. We'll cover that first. So some key. So we've had this ordinance in place since March, and the ordinance that's being proposed does come from another municipality, and it's been looked at by Paul Murphy and a few other people, and who have some expertise in this area. We've had a concern for a period of time on short-term rentals. I think this ordinance puts us in the right position, or starts putting us in the right position. It limits short-term rental to owned, occupied properties. We would need to create in this ordinance, and it's not in this ordinance, but I think we would have to move for a landlord registration process, which would be hand in hand with rental permits under that landlord registration. We put time constraints into the ordinance, also parking constraints in the ordinance, and two inspections, one for the summer season, which we're calling March to October, and then one for the winter season, which we're calling October to March, the midpoint of each one of those months. So I think it starts moving us in the right direction. This has been a concern by a lot of people for a long time, and that's my kind of opening remarks. I don't know, Paul or Kim, you've worked on this pretty extensively. Do you have any opening remarks on this before I turn it to the rest of the council?
The ordinance that was created, when I assisted to create it, it took probably 11 months to create it. Going through different issues, trial and error. Is it going to be perfect at this point right now? I'm not sure, but that's where you guys are going to decide by reviewing it. I did send it out months back, so hopefully everyone was able to review it and they had their input. Paul and I have reviewed it as well, and we want to make sure we do something that's feasible for the town. Controlling, sometimes if you're not, you don't have any mechanism in place to control something, it's quite hard. So this at least gives you that mechanism to start getting a starting point to control it.
Paul, any comments by council at this time?
I have a question. So you said this was in place in another town. Do we know what towns it's in place in?
I was in Highlands. Highlands,
Islands. Okay, great. And then
which I said that, I think I sent that in my email to you guys when I first sent it out.
and then
That way you can contact anyone you need.
right. And then so is this just based on that ordinance? Did somebody write? I mean, did you write this, Paul, or like you just kind of?
I wrote it.
Okay.
Paul reviewed it.
Okay.
We went over it together. Sent it out for questions and review, but we didn't get anything back, so it's still in the state where it's at. Sent it to council's office as well to review it, see if there's anything that is not good for the ordinance, and we didn't get anything back.
Okay. So can I ask a question now? Mr. Mayor? All right, so I think it's great, we're on the right track with owner occupied, that's a big change, that's a good change. It, see, I think when you just mentioned this, it seems, I just want to make sure that the office staff can handle like the whole landlord registration and the inspection, like you're confident Tim, that we'll be able to handle everything that.
I think this is probably the first town that I've been in that you don't have a landlord registration.
That's a different question, so thank you for telling us that, but.
No, I mean,
can we
like, it's
handle it? Like,
usually a normal part of everyday code business where you keep track of
The
your,
inspections were all done this season,
yeah.
so they were done, and as far as the registration, it's simply just a mailing out of or emailing of a form, filling it out and sending it back. And
Okay, no problem. And then, just a comment, like, again, I think it's on the right track. I can't really say anything. You know, this is going in the right direction, definitely. I would love to see maybe a 7-day minimum. And I want to hear from.
Where are you at in the,
I think we have 4. This is 3 or 4.
Yeah, so like I said, I'd like to see if we maybe 7, and then if you could let me know, not right this second, but how, you know, I think that would play out. I think that would affect this. I've got a few towns around here doing 7-day minimums on short-term rentals, so I think that might be a one change we're gonna make.
can you tell me the section that you're at?
Probably not. Because it's just, because like it's towards the end where it says the minimum number of days.
No.
It's a highlight.
Go to page 2 on, if you go to page 2 on the short-term alternatives, it's SDR, second paragraph.
So on page 2, under where it says short-term rentals, also residence to SDR. Shall mean the accessory use of a dwelling unit for occupancy by someone other than the unit's owner or permanent resident for a period of 30 days or less consecutive days, but for not less than 3 consecutive days.
Can everybody see this? Should I turn it a little bit? I can't hear. Can't hear. You just speak on that. Oh, okay.
I can turn a little bit to
Yep, okay. Sorry, I feel like that one.
Not-
Oh, you good? Okay, thanks, perfect. And if everyone could speak louder, because we cannot hear what you're saying. Well, you know, no, you're in this here, and I've done this.
use the microphone.
So what the section said on page 2, under short-term rental, also referenced as STR, shall mean the accessory use of a dwelling unit for occupancy by someone other than the unit's owner or permanent resident for a period of 30 or less consecutive days, but for not less than 3 consecutive days.
But it's like us to entertain, maybe making it 7.
That's up to you guys.
That's all my question.
I don't have any questions on it. I think it's a good start. It could go a long way towards answering a lot of the concerns that we had at the previous meeting from the residents of Park Place. It addresses a lot of the concerns they stated about non-resident owners renting out properties, buying properties and renting properties solely for renting them. It talks about parking and limiting the impact on parking. It talks about limiting the impact on, what the occupancy requirements are. And from a safety standpoint, it makes sure that we know who is in there at any given time, who the rental, who the property has been rented to. So I think it's a really good start. I'd like to see that get started in the process of getting transformed into a regular ordinance. That's all my comments.
Councilman Coach.
Yes, I'd like to thank the VA and our zoning group for putting this together. I think it's critical that the borough does in fact move forward with legislation that better manages short-term rentals. So this is a great starting point. That said, I do have a lot of questions. Kim, you mentioned this is something we've looked at from the Highlands, which is again a great start. is it possible before we were to move forward with something to pull other, local municipalities? I know Asbury Park has something in place. I know Spring Lake has something in place. Could we, just to benefit the council, to give us a sense for best practices beyond the Highlands? Is that-
So- I've already done the homework on that. What it is that this ordinance takes Asbury Park in Belmar, which I think was the original short-term rental ordinance in place. It's called the Animal House Ordinance, I believe. And it took those towns, massaged everything together, took everything that the other towns had issues with, and it wasn't addressed, and it's addressed in this ordinance already. And now they actually are reviewing this ordinance. Work on for their hometown.
Okay, so. Well, I know this is a workshop and for the benefit of the public. I just want to make sure we explore as many questions we have as we can. One relatively minor issue is this fee structure seemed a bit difficult for collectively for us to manage. It's basically, if I understood it correctly, it's asking any renter, any property owner to submit in advance of the year how many tax they expect for that, and their fees will be based on that. I wonder if there's something that would be a little more, consistently administered, and rather than having people volunteer, we'll rent it once.
Up to you guys.
Sorry.
That's up to you guys. Yeah, it's up to you guys. You can legislate.
Right, but again, if people already done a lot of the research, maybe if you look at one of this, have done. Do they all do this, or are there other options?
What it does is it controls the town to know how many inspections and how they're actually prepared. If you have somebody that submits for 5 rentals, you know that you can prepare yourself for the 5 or the 7, whatever it may be. So that's where that came from.
Perfectly logical, I guess. It's very possible, anytime you have a volunteer structure, I volunteer to you, Bradley Beach, that I'm gonna rent this 3 times during the summer. I volunteer, I'm gonna rent it 10 times. I don't know if there's any mechanism to enforce the accuracy of what was volunteered to us. So I'm looking for an option. I haven't done the research yet.
To the extent possible, you can simply just make it flat,
Right.
get the number and be known.
Okay. Actually, that is, I think what it is.
Is there any way we could base it? Instead of having an upfront fee at the end of the year, count COs and do it that way?
Then you're chasing
They're
people
changing
for
the
money.
CO structure.
The problem with that is that then you're chasing people for money. Yeah.
I know.
I mean,
And
that's
then
the
what-
worst position the government could be in on permits and things like that.
No, I think a flat fee might make sense. I know some municipalities use a percentage of revenue. One thing about flat fee that could be a challenge, I recall a woman a year or 2 ago spoke at a council meeting. She was an Airbnb owner, and she had great concern because she lived in the north end, had smaller units in the north end. But they were charged the same flat fee, or they would be charged the same flat fee as perhaps income producing property somewhere else in the borough that might generate 2 or 3 times the revenue. So again, just for a discussion tonight, I don't expect to come with a solution, but perhaps we could have a fee structure that was a little more determined. And perhaps it could relate to the size of the unit, or it could relate to some ownership from rental fees. I don't know the answer, but it would be great if we.
I think what I was just looking at, we just make it, and we just make it a flat fee. Because they kind of ended us chasing money as well.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, no, flat fee would be a good.
flat fee or whatever Paul thinks the administrative costs and that sort of thing.
Come up with a number of 5 days, that's it. 5 fees paid ahead of time.
Yeah, flat fee for the year paid in advance before you get any years.
Before they get inspected or processed, the bid fee.
So are you saying flat fee regardless of how many times they rent it out?
It's like a registration fee.
That's limited within the ordinance itself.
That's in the
Yeah,
ordinance.
we can only rent out so many times within the ordinance.
Um,
So you can back into your number.
Well, I mean, one thing I would notice, I believe it said like 5 or 6 times a month. Right? Well, if you make it 7 days, it's not possible. So
Exactly.
So that number has to be.
that will also be adjusted downward. Thanks, really.
a question, just under this, and maybe the answer is what the Highlands does to answer this question, but how do we track non-compliance? So I know we have, I believe we still hired that company, Granicus, that used to be a person compliance. Have we terminated that?
That expired, before I was even employed here.
All right, so then back to the question, how do we track non-compliance?
Non-compliance comes up when there's some type of complaint issue and it brings me to the residence or another department, police department, their residence, and start capturing information on who's there. Then we get that information as to who's there,
Yeah,
we know who's supposed to be there.
and then in other places, we've had employees, that just go on the websites and look to book something and they
Yeah,
see
we
the
can-
house. come
Right,
up.
if somebody's, so for an over or illegal tenant who's not supposed to be there, there's no way of knowing unless we get someone there for some reason and capture information. If somebody shows up at somebody's house tonight, there's no way of knowing that. If somebody's renting illegally, if we get word or wind or sight of a rental advertisement, we can really just cross-reference it, what's in the computer system, and they paid your fees and got an inspection, and
So,
we capture it that way.
okay, so like so many other code-related issues in the borough that require enforcement at some point, I think it's in the borough's best interest and our residents' best interest to minimize placing the burden of, squealing on your neighbor on our residents. So, and unless, Paul, unless you're walking door to door and you see some illegal activity, that's the only way you're gonna find out.
Well,
Even
no.
necessarily, because
Well,
I have one of our residents, he was looking there, and we can't do that.
No, so like what I've done before is I'll take clerical staff, to go on the common sites and
Sure.
search and rent. And we
no,
look
no,
it up with the code enforcement.
That's perfect. That's what the company, Councilman Sexsmith and I looked at a couple of years ago, and we also hired, again, they're now called Brand.
Yeah, they were never actually paid or hired, just
Okay.
because our ordinance didn't work with their program.
Well, okay, you're taking us
Yeah.
down. I have the contract that,
Yeah, I had
Your
the
friends-
contract and then I have the email
So
from
we did,
David
okay.
Brown saying that it just didn't work with our ordinance, that you had to create an ordinance in order for it to work.
that is
That,
good. Yeah.
yeah. So we never issued a purchase order. or anything.
Well, what I like is whether we have an intern doing it or a clerk doing it, the notion of tracking website, rental activity. Right, you go to Airbnb, you go to VRBO. That's what host compliance would have done for us had we officially hired them. They would have provided, Paul, for example, you would tell them, hey, we've got 80 properties registered. They would say, hey, 120 properties in Bradley Beach are advertising today. Now, maybe we can do that.
Yeah, you don't need
ourselves.
to pay an outside party to do
But
that.
that- And again,
No. Yeah, I've
that's-
never used an outside party. for that.
again, as long as in the ultimate legislation, we have the means of taking the burden off Paul and our residents. If we have an opportunity to track rental activity across 40 or 50 similar websites,
Well, we fall under Paul's jurisdiction if he's written in the ordinance as somebody that's responsible for it, so it would be,
so, I mean, he probably. needs-
or someone in his
Yeah,
department
yeah.
designate.
Yeah,
There's a lot in these 13.
That's more
pages.
administrative.
Right, well, again, we're not trying to make decisions tonight, we're trying to have a discussion, let the public
No, yeah.
listen in. But I do think that element of tracking what's happening in the market is really important for Paul. It takes the burden
Right,
off.
we
of
already,
us.
I already have a full season year of capturing information on who's renting. So I already have a list of last year who rented.
Yep.
So if the same stuff doesn't come back in, that's the initial way of doing it.
Right,
So
but-
tracking, somebody's got an illegal basement apartment and they have it for rent. Yeah, that's something that we have to come across, and usually that stuff finds itself when an issue goes wrong.
It would not surprise me. I applaud what you're saying. It would not surprise me if there's another 50 rental
100%.
units that you don't even know about.
Right, I'm sure.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. How do we manage the broader
Right,
population?
but on the same point, then that person can just take it off the VRBO website and just do it word of mouth.
Right.
So
Yeah,
there's always.
nothing's perfect. I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to get us to anticipate better ways to, manage legislation we might pass.
Right.
Let's see, the one thing I want to mention, I actually like a very strong ordinance that would really help us manage these properties effectively. I think a number of us have said already, we don't want to disrupt the family fabric of our neighborhoods by having effectively little mini hotels popping up on each side of full-time residents. That said, as part of this discussion, I just want to make sure the council at least considers that we are saying that this section seeks to balance the residential units and the needs of the community at large. The one thing I've learned from my own research on this subject is when we do require owner occupied, that is a significant detriment, right, to short-term rental ownership. So we are, you know, if we consider this particular legislation, I just want it to be acknowledged openly that this is a relatively heavy-handed way of dealing with these properties, because a lot of people today who have invested
Restrictive.
millions of dollars are not owner occupying. So that's going to potentially put at risk, you know, a lot of people's investments. And I just want to make sure the council is considering all aspects of this. One more question. There's an awful lot of references in here to, you know, to the permitting, to registering for permitting. And also that we're going to track the transients and renters on a form that would be provided by the borough. So Paul, would that also be your your department?
Already being done. That was done all this year.
So every time there's a change of occupancy, and you're able to determine that people are notifying you of the change of occupancy and
And
listen.
what we don't know, but people that are abiding by the law and the ordinance have
Right.
come in and submitted their application with the residents and their tenants information on it. What this does is create the landlord registration as a higher level of bureaucracy registration, so that they are then allowed to operate as a rental property. That's what creating a landlord registration does, because this is management of rentals. But if we don't know where the rentals are and register them, then it's not free for all, but it's another layer of organization, organizing and tracking what is out there through a landlord registration. Part of the process is via this ordinance or regular C of O inspection, that they supply not the tenants' names when they submit to us.
Yeah, I would do, it's like this is the, we right now, and you just do CO and or have been just doing CO inspections or then change occupancy. So like, this is like a first building block. So what they're really talking about is it's a mercantile license for rental. So in many seaside towns, the town can revoke that license for general welfare reasons, a different power other than what he's talking about. So this is the building block and you have the base of data, and then you start having public party houses. And you have to have strikes, they have due process, but you can revoke the mercantile license so it can no longer be used as a rental property. Which hasn't particularly, as I'm aware, been an issue here other than general nuisances of people coming in and out. But like that's happened other places, and then that would be the next step. Like, let's say this doesn't get certain ones under control, and the next step would be adding that, taking that mercantile license and adding penalties if you're not abiding by the license.
That was going to be my final question, which is, should we be adding a section here identifying penalties for non-reporting? So a neighbor.
It requires a, I'm sorry, good job.
Go ahead.
I think that this is a really good first step, and perhaps if you, but it's very onerous administratively to enforce. And so the towns that have done it in response to very specific problems that are occurring in their town. Two that come right out of the borough attorney for Belmar, as you know, they have one, the Fort Animal House ordinance. Seaside Heights also has one for obvious reasons that are even worse than Belmar. And so, but it takes them, like, to revoke a rental license from someone who's a moneyed interest in this sort of thing costs thousands of dollars in legal process. Somebody get a special prosecutor, a hearing officer, there's hearings. So I don't think that kind of reaction here is warranted as of yet. But, you know, getting the base of data to then make that second decision to add on, I think it's probably the course to go.
But so Greg, just to summarize my concern, because I may not be clear enough, but if we have 50 properties reporting today that bring up this, and if in reality there are 100 making up my numbers, there's potentially 50 properties out there we don't know about. It's voluntary. If we find out some of those 50 properties, you stumble across them, someone reports them, and they have not complied, they've been renting, they're not complying with our laws. You're suggesting there would be no penalties for?
No, then we get a summons.
No, they get a summons, go to municipal court. This is the first step. Okay, next, if you going past that, I mean, that they're gonna pay you up to $2,000 a day for violating. But if you go in, like, if you have a real problem, the next step beyond that is the merchant.
So let's say we found one of the 50. He doesn't have a CO inspection. Here's your summons, when I say we do it through the normal court process like we do every day. Okay, so we do that 5 times at one property. You then could take it to the landlord registration level and revoke or rescind their landlord registration and stop them from conducting business in that property.
As well as apply a fine of up to $2,000.
Yes.
Okay.
They're separate,
That's
they're
what-
separate
It's
processes.
separate.
So one is court-based, which is what Paul's job is, and the other beyond that is Paul becomes a witness in what's essentially a civil proceeding to revoke their mercantile license for the rental property. Which is not part of this, to be clear for the audience, at this moment, doesn't, you've been to Seaside, that they have it for a very good reason. Since MTV was there a number of years ago. But, this is a really good first step to getting, those 50 people are probably, most of them are probably, if they do exist, are probably not intentionally non-compliant. So this is the first step in bringing like the big lasso, and then if you have to spend more money to go on that to get few people in control, then you do that. Can you agree with that, Paul?
And again, this is kind of one piece of a larger solve. It's very important.
I think it's like escalating regulation, but the baseline data is Paul's got to basically have teeth to go out there and
I
route.
was gonna say, this is the teeth right here. We didn't.
This is the
really
first
have-
set of teeth, but you can go farther than this,
But right now. Haven't.
we don't
Right
have-
now, your standard is a CO standard inspection, so if people have smoke detectors, they get their permit, they do whatever they want, pretty much. So this is going above that.
And should we give any consideration to having CO inspections beginning, middle, and end of summer as opposed to 3 times per year? Just concerned.
So the state fire code allows it to be for a season, and the word season in that code gets to be determined by me and tobacco rules. The March 15th and October dates in here, because those are set in a separate state regulation for heating facilities with construction. But on a regular C of O, and if it's outside of a short-term rental, they get inspected every time there's a change of occupancy. But on the short-term rental, the state has modified laws and guidelines so that a short-term rental can operate without getting an inspection every single time. And the fire code allows it to be done on a seasonal type basis. So we think those 2 dates in here, as March 15th and October 15th, as because they mirror the state for when your heating elements are supposed to be around, the heating appliance in the house are supposed to be turned on. Could we inspect it once a week?
Well, no.
It's possible, but that's not.
No, I mean, okay. Short-term rentals at least connotes the image of at least potentially an animal house type of environment. Now granted, we have our police and we have code enforcement that might hopefully restrict some of the illicit behaviors. However, it could be a more abusive environment, a short-term rental property, than what the state might normally anticipate being, code inspection.
Right, but a move-in inspection doesn't eliminate animal loss. Animal loss occurs at 2 important after they move in.
Am I mistaken? I'm under the impression that our short-term rental ordinance here is suggesting 3 COs per year. Is that correct? Or did I misunderstand?
No,
How many CO inspections have we?
to get when they move in to operate for the summer, March 15th. That then carries them to October 15th.
And that's a separate CO.
Yes.
And is there a third or just 2
no,
per year?
just March 15th and October 15th.
So then my question would be, should we consider, unless you tell me it's like illegal, should we consider a couple of more CO inspections in the course of the summer months, beginning, middle, and end of summer?
So number one, the existing state law says you don't have to. Could we? Yes, but then my question would be, what is that going to capture?
Safety. Safety. If people are abusive in the property they don't own, is it putting the residents and that the occupants of that house at risk?
You're recovered if I don't disagree, but the most restrictive safety code we're going to state level department says you don't have to. And I did that battle a long time ago with them. I'm like, listen, somebody moves in the house today and they move out 2 days and somebody else moves in. You could take the batteries out of your smoke detector. I thought that I could for a long time, and they're like, yes, but no, because then you're making it restrictive on the business, which this is a business. You gotta operate.
I just wanted to, so Paul's job is to make sure the structure is safe and that the property complies with that property maintenance, right? And so on those two levels, there's safety as to the safety inspection, but really you're kind of getting into the conduct of the property. And functionally, the conduct of the property is really the police department. So if someone breaks a window at the house and the police show up there, right, you know, the administrative interchange between Paul and those people are going to municipal court anyway. And then because they're not there, you know, if they may or may not be in compliance with the rental, the landlord might be getting tickets from Paul too the next day. And so that's how you kind of deal with those issues. If those issues grow at particular locations to the point where the municipal court processes of sending these periodic tenants to court is not curbing the behavior of the property. And Paul's inspections under this and registration and stuff is not, and municipal court summonses are not solving that problem with that property. And we might want to go a step further with the landlord registration ordinance and start revoking them.
Right.
Through a civil process that doesn't involve either the police or the fire code or the other safety. Like safety is a big umbrella of fire, the structure is, to whether the grass is trimmed, to whether the people there are behaving properly. And there's 3 different departments that handle that. The way to sweep them all up is ultimately with the animal house ordinance, but that's all.
I understand, and we need to move on.
There could be verbiage in there that says, these are the 2 required inspections, as the fire code official sees fit in the interim, other inspections can be required.
There may be other.
So that if a place becomes out of control on a nuisance property, okay, now we're gonna start conducting inspections on a more frequent basis, because we have some reason to believe there may be more problems.
Yeah, like the police giving them littering tickets for throwing cigarettes all over the grass might be cause for the fire official to check out the place, make
There's
sure
been,
it's okay.
there's been.
So that's kind of how you handle it in those kind of situations without taking out the sledgehammer just yet, but in general.
All right, I mean, more to come on this, but I want to move on with the agenda.
I think your first point is well taken, that's the lassoing them all up in the first instance with this, so that you can really get a handle on what the actual activity in the town is, other than kind of supposition, which is what we kind of do. That's well taken.
Councilwoman Miller.
I think we beat this up pretty good. I don't really have anything to add.
Real quickly, I just want people to know, this is really important to the town. We were looking at this in the winter and it's important. And once we realized that all the summer rentals, you know, by the time we got to February or March, they were all done already for the year. So that's why there was no reason and no urgency to do that back then. And we said, you can move this to like September and talk about it. And now we're talking about it in September. I do want to add that and are we going to hear from the public, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to give one quick example. Across the street from the school, cottages are getting refurbished and maybe they're going to be made much nicer and all that. But reality is that the school lost a number of students from that. They lost 6 or 7 students from that. And those people are no longer in town. And our school's getting smaller and smaller. And quite frankly, we're not going to have a school if that happens in for 2 or 3 more apartment complexes. If that happens, we're just not going to have a school. So I just want people to consider that. That's why one of the reasons is really important.
So before we go out to the public, I'd just like to comment on something Councilman Weber said, which was, you know, we did try to look at this through the winter and the spring. And the majority of rentals are in place, but if you go out and look right now, there are an awful lot of properties that are already rented for next summer. So if we had taken this up in the spring and we would put an implementation date on this fall, then summer 2023 would be a lot more controlled than it's going to be. When we enact this, assuming we enact something like this in December, January, February, March, something like that, we're going to have the same problem of the summer rentals already all being done, and we're going to have to grandfather this one season through before we can actually start implementation of it.
Yeah, in fact, you probably have more short-term rental being done closer to the rental time than you do to somebody doing a summer rental for a week or a month. So I share that opinion. We should have, as soon as we really got into this in the spring, we should have really got into it. But with that, I'll turn it over. We'll do 10 minutes of public comments. No more. Anybody have any public comments? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I appreciate the work on this. I did review many ordinances. Highlands was one of them. As Councilman Bennell said, it's 12, 13 pages. There's a lot of administration in it. And I prefer not to see more hires and more offices being taken from the Diaby Center to accommodate a business model that just happens to be popular now. I don't believe we should have a mercantile license. Yes, landlord registration is required by the state if you're gonna rent your property. We need to know who owns the property and what are the contacts. But to give them a mercantile license, in my opinion, is a change of use. We're acknowledging the change of use through the mercantile license. Let's just treat this like any rental. 7-day minimum. You can rent it for the 3 days of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then you can't rent it for 4 days till next Friday. 7 days is reasonable, and the CO should be the same. Mr. Murphy will correct me. It's $75 for the tourism fee and $75 for the CO. So every week they write a check for $150. Mr. Murphy could do his inspection for the summer season, but they'd still have to come in. I mean, it's a business model. Okay, we're bending over backwards for a business model when we're losing residential housing every day to this. You go on to Facebook, there's all kinds of ads. Get in the short-term rental business. You're going to make $1 million. It's really not fair to the core fabric of the people who live here, as Councilman Weber stated. People have been displaced, and it's not fun. They're being displaced for this business model. So to acknowledge a house to be a rooming house or whatever, this owner occupied, it doesn't matter. Just treat all rentals the same. It's $150 a week, and we're going to monitor it. And you have to landlord register, but there's no mercantile license. Don't bend over backwards creating administrative situations for a business model that doesn't really benefit us. And you know what? If people have 10 weeks of the summer, they're writing a check for $1,500 for the inspections. That's our fee. So we have to look at, and really in terms of enforcement, Mr. Murphy does a very nice job, but we have the police and obviously we have the ladies on Park Place. So they're going to be watching out to see what's going on. And residents shouldn't be ashamed of calling up and saying, listen, I've had all these groups in here. I have a problem. Maybe Mr. Murphy should come over. That's what we pay our taxes for. But I would advise the council, don't bend over backwards for this. Just make it simple, 5-page ordinance, not 13 pages, and just get it done simple. It's a rental, it's a rental. You need a CO every time. It's $150. The tourism commission could use the extra money. Thank you very much for the opportunity, man.
Anyone else? Yep. Like,
This is just a general comment. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I've said this before, people on Zoom, 5 people plus 1. I'm lovely that you've got your signs up. They don't know that you're there. There's 2 people behind you. We don't know who they are. And there's been a person speaking this entire meeting that I don't even know who it is. I find this so short. And then so to those of us that are here as well as those people that are on Zoom.
Yes.
I don't know if this is appropriate time to ask this question, but I want to bring it out to the public. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Eileen Shishias, 112 Fourth Avenue. My concern is the Airbnb being opened across the street from the school. If a pedophile rents in those Airbnbs, do they have to register? It's right across the street from the school.
I honestly don't know.
Well, I want to protect the children in the school in the event that a pedophile rents in one of those apartments and those Airbnbs. I just think that should be very brought to everybody's attention. Thank you.
thank you. Any other comments?
One more.
I like to speak. I don't know if I'm still on mute or not.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the people first.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Jane DeNoble, 612 Third Avenue. It was interesting. I went back through my files and I know you said you talked about this in March,
But the quality of life meeting on May 22nd of 2019 spoke about new short-term rental ordinance. So this is not new. This has been discussed for years. And I want to thank you that you're finally bringing it to life and working it in this workshop. Because we're seeing residential areas becoming hotel districts. They're churning the guests that we don't even know who they are. In fact, Airbnb is now anonymous. So anybody can rent out. And I'm glad you brought up, because I was gonna say, what about Megan's Law? Do we know who these people are? They're across from a school, churning guests. 7-day limit makes sense. They actually buy into the town. They become a resident for 7 days. It's a lot different than just being a resident for one night with a wedding for 30 people on a street that has no driveway, no parking, and they take over. So I also would like them to register as well. And let's turn our streets back to residential streets and not a hotel district. Thank you.
I have some comments too. I'm on Zoom. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, just 1 second, please. I just wanted to make sure everybody in the audience, yeah, there's one more there and then we'll get to the Zoom.
Mia Mullen, 302 4th Avenue. I don't want to be redundant, but I mean, I feel as if it needs to be heard that. And I'm so glad that this is happening where there's going to be the ordinance, and I appreciate the work that goes into that. But it is of great concern that we become a transient town where people are coming in and out. And a lot of examples were just given from the previous two people. But I know in other towns, every time you rent your property, there's a CO that has to happen, and then there's the fees that happen for every time the house rents. And I'm talking about towns like Spring Lake, other family communities like Bradley Beach, like the fabric of this town versus a Seaside Heights or an Asbury Park. I need to use examples of other towns that are like ours. I think this is more of a family community than the other two that I just cited. On top of that, the 7 days really should be enforced. And I'm also thinking that even if the rentals could be posted on the website. So if I feel like there's a lot of people coming in and out of the house next to me, I can just look on the Bradley Beach website and be like, oh goodness, it's not a rental, but yet every week there's somebody different. And then they can notify the law enforcement and say, you know, there's a property next to me that seems to have turned into an Airbnb. And I can't see how hard it is to just monitor the Airbnb and VBRO websites. Those are the two most popular. It's so easy to do that without having to invest extra resources, which is a huge concern for the community, to be paying people to do things to administer a 17-page document. But to just look at the two most popular sites, count them up and see what's going on within the community from week to week, and make sure that those COs are in place when people are renting. Again, I'm a lay person. I don't know what's all involved, but I just think that there's an opportunity here to put a barrier on it for the people that want to come into our town and turn it into a hotel town. We don't need any more cars being parked and people using the resources. So to put the barrier of the CO and the fees each time is probably a worthwhile consideration.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the Zoom. Erica, who's on Zoom?
Hi, my name is Brett Morgan. I'm at 1411 Woodlock Avenue in Wanamassa. I apologize, I can't be here in person. My family and I caught COVID over the weekend and just precautionary for staying home. I'm local. I lived on Newark Avenue until about a year ago. Like I said, I currently live in Wanamassa. I moved here in 2004. I built a number of community-centric projects, including CoWorks, Asbury Fresh, and Jersey Shore Tech Meetup. I've been on the board for the Asbury Park Chamber of Commerce, the Asbury Park Parking Committee, and I'm currently on the school board for my kids' school. During Hurricane Sandy, my team and I raised $100,000 for the Red Cross chapter, and we're named the Young Entrepreneurs of the Year. And I'm only stating all this because I think there's a misconception that real estate investors are these faceless out-of-state corporations. I'm a real estate investor and a local business owner, and I'm a very active member of this community, and I have been for 20 years. I'm here talking about 506 Brinley Avenue, the property across from the school. We purchased that property in February of this past year, and we knew it needed some improvements, but nobody could fully realize how run down it had become from decades of neglect. It was unsafe. Every single unit needed floor joists replaced. We dealt with massive bed bug and roach infestations, and black mold was prevalent everywhere. 3 of the units had holes in the floors that the previous owner threw plywood over and a carpet just as a quick fix. And we're currently on track to spend over 7 figures improving these bungalows and beautifying the exterior landscape. And given the cost of purchasing the property and renovating the existing bungalows, the economics swing towards having to convert these towards short-term rentals. Now, I know this is a very charged issue in the community. Obviously, a lot of people have some very strong opinions on it, and I can sympathize with these concerns, but I'd also like to publicly bring to light a few of my own. First, not all short-term rental operators are bad actors. I listened to the council meeting in August and some of the commentary tonight about the 2 short-term rentals on Park Place. I believe that the town does need to make sure property owners are complying with local ordinances, but this shouldn't come at the expense of punishing the majority of responsible operators. We consider ourselves good operators and proactively collect all information of who's going to be staying at the property. We monitor their comings and goings via exterior security cameras. We're in constant communication with our guests and have made it clear that we have strict rules regarding quiet hours and we won't tolerate parties or anything that will negatively impact the neighborhood quality of life. And I believe that proactive mitigation strategies can solve 99% of the concerns that residents might have. In the same council meeting, it was brought up that there isn't a tourism tax for short-term rental operators. And I would like to correct that, making it clear that there is a tourism tax and a CCO fee. And we do pay that fee every single time we have a turnover of guests. And I believe it's about $150 per stay, and we have 9 units on the property. So when we're fully operational, that's going to be $13.50 a week in revenues paid to the borough. So this is not an insignificant amount of money, and I'm sure these funds, if properly collected from short-term rental operators, could be used for some pretty incredible community projects. And I know there are a couple in town that are also contentious issues. I've recently also watched Councilman Gubatosi's video that he posted to Facebook about the data indicating that a majority of these short-term rental operators are flying under the radar. And to this point, I don't think we need an ordinance, especially one that limits to owner-occupied properties, but really just better, more streamlined enforcement. I've also spoken to Mr. Murphy about the owner's burden of the CO inspections, and I think moving towards a twice a year inspection process is really a good strategy that promotes safety, but also doesn't put an excessive burden on the borough. So when I was living on Newark Avenue, I used to talk to a lot of the families that had been coming down like in the same week or in July or August for 20 plus years. And as the last lady had touched upon, their residency may have been limited to about 7 days a year or just a week. But their connection to this community brings them back year after year. And it's just a broader point, but Bradley Beach and many of these surrounding beach towns have a 40 to 50 year history of vacation rentals. And these days we like to call them Airbnb and VRBO. It's easy to put a target on them, but at the end of the day, they've been ingrained in our community for generations. So making any drastic changes to their ability to operate not only affects its tax-paying property owners, but local restaurants, service businesses, and the broader community of residents and visitors. And our intention, at least at 506 Brinley Avenue, is to continue to be good actors, follow the rules, and be good neighbors in our community. And the only thing that I ask for is that we're heard and have a seat at the table when the borough finalizes its draft ordinance. And I do have a lot more to say, but I know time is limited, but I'd also like to just offer myself as a resource if any of the council wants to talk when making these final decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other on Zoom? Looks like not. Okay,
Nope, I
we'll
think
let
we're
one
good.
more go. That would be it. So we can move to the next workshop.
Mary Baxter, 218 4th Avenue. I'm not giving you a hard time again, but I'm going to a little because with your experience and how you change things up, I was a little taken aback when you said we'll never use the tracking for these home, these Airbnbs and stuff. I mean, if the program doesn't work for what we have now, that's fine. But I mean, it's gonna progress. And to me, that's a surefire way, once it gets plugged in there, to track things, with the press of a button, you or whoever can look at that stuff and you'll know immediately. So I would just ask to consider it if it's available now, it may not be, but also to keep looking, because I do agree that it's a great way to streamline and make you guys
your job will be 10 times easier. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close that workshop out and we're gonna move to the continued relaxation of enforcement for tents. We're gonna ask Paul, could you summarize kind of where we are with that?
Sure, so
Remember to speak loud.
the simple, no problem. The simple answer is, as far as the construction code and the fire code are concerned, can tents be up? Yes. Can tents be up year round? Yes. There are stipulations written black and white and have been for a long time. Tents existed long before COVID did, for numerous reasons. So can a tent be up now? Yes. Can a tent be up in the winter? Yes, but there's a whole bunch of safety concerns and considerations and codes that apply to it. But the allowance to either the construction code or the fire code, depending on the time of year the tent is up, is what applies. If the tent is up in good weather, it comes to the fire bureau for a fire permit. If it's up in the winter time where snow loads and wind and storms like that are consideration, the state says it needs a construction permit and goes to the construction bureau. All right, but both of those are atypically prior to COVID hinge off local land use. Where to put up a tent for outside dining, for an expansion of a use, for the elimination of a parking lot, or use of a space that's dedicated as X and Y. We now want to put a tent up and do something different. That's all land use. So the relaxation of the rules and regulations based on the executive order, there's a lot of interpretation in it as to what that is actually designed for. Is that designed for closing Main Street and putting up a tent, so much like what Red Bank does? Or is that designed for eliminating a parking lot from a business, or allowing an expansion of a use to the outdoor on a per se unlimited basis? So the question of, do we want to continue the relaxation of those rules is really simply, do you want to continue the relaxation of the local land use? Construction and fire code apply no matter what, and they always have. There's memos from the state, DCA and DFS, when COVID first started, here's how this is gonna work. The executive order says this, but the safety codes still apply and will always apply. So it's really a matter of land use and local zoning permit to allow the tents to continue to be there or not. As far as the safety regulations, they are applied and enforced at all times.
Thanks, Paul. Any questions, council? Any questions for Paul?
Yeah, I have a question. So where are we exactly with the state? The state has extended this indefinitely or for another year, or, did the state extend it, but the towns are required to sort of decide that they want to do it locally? Is that it?
I mean, functionally, the tent issue has really arisen from the state's relaxation of the liquor licenses to allow basically operation outside, I'm sorry, outside the licensed premises. So you have, there's establishments all over, as Paul referenced, all over the state operating outside their licensed premises. They normally not be allowed to do that without a special permit or beer garden permit or, whatever. And so they're still allowed to do that under the state rules until, I believe, December of 2024 now. It was going to be November of 2022, and now that it's moved to December of 2024. And so the question is, you have licensed businesses, and then previously we made it open to anyone, not just people with liquor licenses. That's just a real prohibition against these places going outside. But once that opened the door, you made it open, you treated everyone the same here the whole time, all your businesses, whether they had a liquor license or not. And so at this point, we, like Paul said, there's tents in parking lots, so the parking requirements are being waived by you guys by resolution through November of this year, which was coterminous with the last extension by the state. And so whether you guys want to continue doing that or otherwise, Paul's still going to make sure that things not going to burn down and fall on anybody. That's going to happen whether you guys agree to it or not. But whether you think that's a good thing, it's really a community issue. It's whether you think that these outside premises are okay. Do you want to treat them differently by not relaxing the zoning particularly, but maybe treat them as sidewalk cafes, or we temporarily expand the sidewalk cafe ordinance? There's different ways to allow this to happen with the proper safeties and safety and control without going to the blanket relaxation we had under COVID. But Paul can't just go out there and say it's okay. So without the governing body say so, and it's not, this is an administrative issue, it's really what's best for the community, which is what we come here to talk about.
Sure. And just, I have no problem with relaxing these, but I would love to hear from the public about parking. Does anybody, people care? Do they want their parking back? Do they, so just when the public gets a chance, I'd love to hear about that, because that's the only thing I can think of that would be a reason not to do it.
The parking is certainly is one half of it. The other half of it is the residents that are impacted behind the alley, behind the 110 Thursdays. Previous to the tent going up, the garbage was collected through the parking lot. Now the garbage trucks have to go down through the alley. We've heard several of the neighbors back there that there have been automobile accidents. The trucks have struck people's houses. They've damaged equipment. I just think we need to consider that as well.
Anyone else? Public comments? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Thank you, Mr. Weber, for asking what the public weighs in on. I've said this before. I would like the eateries that turn their parking lots into outside eateries, revert back to using their parking lots for vehicles. That would in essence give more parking on Main Street to other businesses. And it's my understanding of the law that it can be extended to leave them as is, or each municipality can make their own choices. And I would like for once to see choices based on the people. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. So are we only talking about one tent?
There's 3 that are up in town currently.
And those would be?
Uva's, Marandolas, and Darcy's.
And has anybody contacted those businesses to see what their long-term plan is?
One of them requested an extension, we thought this issue through ahead.
Okay, so the governor's order goes to 2024. I mean, are we in violation of the governor's order if we don't allow them to do it?
No,
So
like this meta had mentioned, the guys control liquor license, municipal determination.
So then, what did?
But it's not, I don't want to focus on liquor, I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk, and I'm not.
No, I'm going right there.
Yeah, I don't mean to focus on liquor licenses. So, long story short, the state has, the state controls the liquor license. They don't control what happens in sidewalk cafes or the pedestrian mall in Red Bank. That's all locally controlled. And so the state has permitted these businesses as a statewide policy because they were devastated during COVID. We all kind of agreed in 2020 that they should be able to open anywhere because people are going out of business and we don't want to have these storefronts. So now this is kind of reverting back to local control, if that makes sense. At this point, because there's some places where maybe they were very heavily affected by COVID, maybe some places they weren't. And so that's why the decision is here functionally now. And principally, the biggest, besides it's economic, right? The biggest bang for your buck for outside space and floor space is places premises that you literally paid 5 square foot for, right? Sure, to open unlikely. So that we're getting requests from people with liquor licenses, but this issue isn't necessarily limited to that. If someone wanted to have a store and wanted to open it up, we let them do that 2 years ago. So that's really, that's why it's coming back here, and that's kind of the route.
Well, the focus of this conversation, I think, is tents, but we do have other places that have no tents, but have taken up parking. I mean, are we going to deal with them in this same chain?
Yeah,
okay.
the resolution allowing all that expires in November. That's why it's coming up now.
Oh, okay. So this council will make that decision.
I hope so.
Okay, great. But it's not just going to be tents. You're going to look over all of the.
The relaxation of all those, you remember the big list of ordinances you're allowed to help the businesses, that comes up in November of 2022. The liquor style, like the state hasn't really changed anything though, other than that liquor license policy. So that's why it's coming in that context.
Great, as long as you're looking at everything, not just tents, I think that's a good idea to really look at each one individually. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the room? No? Okay, do we have anybody on Zoom?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oil shop, 110 Fifth Avenue, Bradley Beach. As stated before, the tents is a major issue for a lot of small businesses in town because people can't get to them. So, you know, the tents, this council needs to take down those tents. Pass the ordinance, remove the tents, put back the parking lots, and let's go back to normal. I mean, Mr. Coleman is fighting because one of his family members is a partner in Darcy's. That's why
Not
he's-
true. Let me clarify a point with you, Mr. You said people can't get to them. What was your point?
There's no place to park. There's no place to
Got it.
park.
I'm sorry. I didn't
People drive
understand.
around, you have all these patrons from Darcy's parked in the street, they're there for 2-3 hours. We made the side street more parking on second and third, provide more parking, that is full. Now you have, you know, all these small mom and pop shops, Army and Navy store, nobody can get to them. And like Councilman Sexsmith said, how many accidents are there in the alleyways because of this? This is what needs to be addressed. We help the people, keep the people safe. That alleyway right now is not safe. You fought with a neighbor, Mr. Councilman Posse.
Fought with the neighbor?
Fought for a neighbor.
Okay.
Did you not?
Yes.
Well, I think it's time to stand up. Let's get rid of the plate.
Okay, thanks for the comments. Thank you. Yes.
Jane available to 12 Third Avenue. Just for the record, Thomas J. Cohen is not related to anybody at Darcy's. We don't even know if Darcy's had gone for the extension. And it's, again, it's up to you to decide as a council and the state said it's okay, but you can override their decision, obviously. But I just want to make it clear for the record, there is no interest on his part. He loves parking in the area. So we do agree with that. It would be nice to have it. We don't know what their plans are because we're not related to them. We do like to go there. And I do recommend the sliders are amazing. But beside that, we have no relation, but we just have a love relation with the food. And I do like their cosmos as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more comments, we'll move to the last workshop item, and that is a change in zoning rule allowing garage apartments on 5,000 square feet, shifting that to 7,500 square feet. As I said, that was on the agenda for the 12th of October, but Councilman Weber wanted to put it on the agenda.
Can you send those handouts?
I'm sorry?
I'm talking to Al. Can you send those handouts around? You should say. You save, you're supposed to save, and that's pretty.
Everybody got one?
Send them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep. Okay,
Thanks.
got it.
All right, so, the idea.
Copy for us.
Sorry.
Let's slide it down. Go back to the middle. Okay, so, right now, if you have a property with 5,000 square feet, you're allowed to have a garage apartment on that, property. But we also have a rule that if you have a corner lot, you are not allowed to have a garage apartment. Both those things, in my opinion, could use changing. I do not think 5,000 square feet fits and an accessory structure, accessory dwelling, fit on a lot of that size. There's some of them in town, you can take a look and see for yourself. I think the reality is, back in the day, if you had a 5,000 square foot lot, maybe you built a 900 square foot house or something like that, like I lived in for 11 years. But that's not what people do today. If you have a 5,000 square foot lot, you're gonna build a, 2,500 square foot house, 2.5 stories, and then build a garage apartment. And what I'm saying is that it just doesn't fit. And then with respect to the, it's really not fair to the corner lots that they're not allowed to have a garage apartment at all. For example, if you have a corner lot with 10,000 square feet, and there are some like that, they would have to subdivide into 2 lots of 5,000, and then they could both build garage apartments, and that actually doesn't really make sense. So, what I'm want to propose is consider some relief for those corner folks, and make it so we're not making Bradley Beach so dense. Yes, this reduces the density, but I think this is kind of a continuation of something that started years ago. We changed the rule on garage apartments to limit their square footage, the square footage of the unit itself. And that helped to make it a one bedroom. So this is like a further continuance of that. We want to make sure it fits on the lot size. So that's that. I mean, I can go over what's on this sheet. If not, everybody has it. Took a look at, there's 1,505 properties in town. Almost half of them, 739, are below 5,000 square feet in the first place. So not affected by this at all. Between 5,000 and 5,999 square feet, there are 268 of them, but 71 of them, of the 268, already have multiple structures. Between 6,000 square feet and 6,999 square feet, there's 103 lots of that size. Of those 103, 41 of those already have multiple structures, so this wouldn't affect them. And between 7,000 and 7,499 square feet, there are 46 such lots. 26 of them have multiple structures already. So over 7,500 square feet and above, which is what we're talking about here, there's a large number of such lots in the borough. 349 that are above 7,500 square feet, and of them, 168 of them already have multiple structures, so they wouldn't be affected. So those are the numbers. And again, for those of you that have this sheet on the back, it talks about the density. Bradley Beach is among the top densest towns in the top 12% maybe of dense towns in New Jersey of our 565 municipalities. And believe it or not, Bradley Beach is denser than some cities around the country. Los Angeles, Seattle, Milwaukee, they're all, believe it or not, denser than Bradley Beach. So that's the reason, just to relax the density. So that's the starting point.
Thank you. Any council comments?
Well, there's nearly 300 property owners that are impacted by this, to take Councilman Weber's lead, I'd like to hear what some of these property owners have to say. That's it.
Thank you.
Yep. The other thing, it's interesting, Councilman Weber's graph on the, it's like a table, depending on if you have this in your hand. It's interesting that we're tracking remaining single structures that, basically of the total properties, how many do not have multiple structures already there? And as you track these percentages, you can see that the smaller lots have a relatively small percentage, as you would expect, of remaining single structures. So Councilman Weber, I think what we're talking about is lots between 5,000 and 7,500. That's what Councilman Sexton references. You're 285 here. 285 net that still have a single structure. So I guess in my mind, I'm a little surprised that the borough's got a relatively small percentage of, according to our tax assessor, a relatively, I think, small percentage of properties today, 25% actually have accessory dwellings. I just think that's a lower number than I expected. Anyway, I guess your point really is, what do we do to keep Bradley Beach from becoming denser than it already is? And, do you have any sense for the properties that could be advantaged? What number roughly, or how many lots that'll be over that level?
Well, I actually think that every property in town is advantaged by not making the town more dense. You get a 5,000 square foot, you get a big house, you get garage apartment in the back. That's going to impact parking. That impacts everybody. Everybody's talking about parking. So I actually disagree that it's 300 affects 300 people. I think it affects everybody, and I think that most people would like to see the town be a little less dense. By the same token, when they passed the ordinance saying that your garage apartment could only be 800 square feet in the back, that affected every single person in town that already had a garage apartment or haven't built one yet. So there's, this is not unprecedented. We've done things before with respect to garage apartments, again, to limit density, and that's a good thing. And I just want to say one other thing, as far as people up here, Councilman Benel has a garage apartment already, so this wouldn't affect him. Councilman Guptosi has a garage apartment, so this wouldn't affect him. The mayor lives on a corner lot. I don't think it's big enough to put a garage apartment. Councilman Sexsmith also lives on a corner lot. I don't think this would, you can't add on that corner lot, a garage apartment. I live on 6,000 square feet and I do not have a garage apartment. So the only person up here that would be disadvantaged by this would be me. Okay, so why would I do that? Because I believe that it's a nicer town if if we don't keep adding and loading onto the density. I think it's a nicer town that way.
Anyone else before we go public comments? Yes. I'm just one point, I'm holding my comments. I really wanted to take this data and have our planner assess this and look at some other towns and give her.
Just a question. My name is Joe Kelly, 608 Half Cave.
608,
608 Half Cave.
608.5.
You speak about density in terms of single family homes and the garage in the back. What about the large scale townhouses or condos that create density in terms of, multi-level floors on Main Street as well as for certain areas of the town? Was that taken into effect as well when you did study?
It's a different ordinance. I couldn't agree with you more, Joe. We don't have a density standard for Main Street. And so as a result, we built some things have been built that are really super dense. So I believe we could use the density standard on Main Street. It's a different ordinance, so but thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 3rd Avenue. I'm happy that you're addressing this. According to my calculations, Councilman Sexton, based on this sheet, there's 207 homes that could be impacted by not having a garage apartment. But the information we don't have is what is their current building coverage and lot coverage? Because they may not be eligible anyway, based on that fact. We did have someone come to the land use board and want to build a garage apartment. They need building coverage and lot coverage. And when questioned, they said, well, I already built my addition in the back and my deck and everything else, and now I'm entitled to a garage apartment. Well, no, you already overbuilt the property. And the land use board rightfully denied them. There are some people that voted for it anyway, but they did the right thing by denying it because the property was already overbuilt. I don't think you're going to have very many people who are going to complain about this. And rightfully so, if it doesn't fit, and there's examples out there of houses recently built. And this is another reason why the ordinance was changed for decks on grade and pools, because developers build 35% building coverage, 60% lot coverage. They sell the property, they walk away, and people come into you and say, hey, can we get a pool? Well, no, you got to spend $10,000 to go to land use board to get a variance. So I want to compliment the council for changing the pool ordinance and also allowing the pervious decks on grade up to a percentage to give homeowners the option. And this is a creative forum to share these ideas. Density is a very big issue, will only get worse. I've asked for a density restriction for the GB and GBW zones for 7 years. And I was told the parking is the density requirement. So they passed the ordinance for the GBW to allow Giamanos to be built. The first meeting they come to, they want a variance for 36 parking spaces. And I had to hire a planner, had to hire a lawyer, had to fight it. There needs to be a standard. You look at a property, say it's 10,000 square feet, it's 1,000 square feet per unit. That would be a reasonable standard. We don't have to go as low as Hoboken at approximately 650 per unit, but 1,000 is a reasonable number. We need a protection, and this gentleman, Joe, is absolutely correct. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Linda Curtis, 202 3rd. It's pretty scary to stand up here and talk about something you don't know anything about, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because when I heard you say you want to restrict garage apartments, what I heard was the town's going to be unaffordable for a lot of people. And my understanding Again, I don't know that much about it. My understanding is a lot of people who live in garage apartments, certainly not all, but a lot of people who live in garage apartments are people who can't afford to live here and other way. And I want a diverse population in this town. I don't want people who want to look like me. I'm just gonna walk out here.
Mia Moore, 302 Park Avenue. I just wanted to say that what I heard is that there is not an ordinance for a certain zone as far as building more apartments or condos. And we're talking about this one right now of the apartments, the garage apartments for the more residential areas off of Main Street. Did I hear that right?
Yes, so this would affect our zone that's called the R1 zone, it's the
Okay.
residential zone, right? It's not, we're not talking about Main Street.
I'm not talking about Main Street. Okay,
Correct.
so my only comment is, if I had to vote on something, I would say garage apartments are not the problem. I think or could be a problem, but not as significant as apartments and condos, which create so much density. I don't know if you guys, I have an actual listing here that I just pulled off of Google, but we happen to be the third most dense shore town in all of the state of New Jersey, only following Ocean Grove and Asbury Park, which are totally different towns, different communities, different lifestyles. This is a family community. So my concern is, I know I'm supposed to talk about the garage apartment.
Is a family community.
No, a different lifestyle. I said
Yeah,
different community, different lifestyle, right? So everybody keeps talking about Hoboken. You can't compare us to Hoboken, but you can compare us to other shore communities. I didn't count how many there are. I have to really look at the map, but there are, more than 50, let's say, and Bradley Beach is in the top 10% of most densely populated cities in the whole state, and being third Jersey Shore. So any kind of building, whether it be a garage apartment or a condo complex, or even more businesses coming into this town that may not be palatable to the community because it's going to desire extra parking and put the people out that do live along Main Street that do need parking, whatever it might be. Those things really need to be considered, because why would we need that much more building? I mean, if we're such a dense town, and again, I'm just a layperson like the lady who preceded me, but I would think that we would have a budget or a tax base that actually should support all of the town's needs. And so why would we be looking to build anything more, just for consideration? And I know the question wasn't posed as far as should we build more, it's more about the garage apartments. But I don't think that's the crux of the problem. I think it's, looking at the whole town the town as a whole.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll close this.
We have one on Zoom.
Oh, we have somebody, I'm sorry.
Alethea, I hope I didn't botch your name, doctor? Hello?
Okay,
Can you just state your address for me?
hi, Alethea Doctor, 613 Fifth Avenue. So this ordinance would 100% affect our lot, which is a 5,099 square foot lot. When we bought this house, we were told we could develop on it. I am 100% against developing on it because it would make our backyard into a driveway. And I think that I think it's a really important factor, like the density of things, like a bunch of houses on this block already have back houses. It becomes very dense in the summer. I kept saying, like, why would I want to be a landlord? Like, I don't need to do that out of necessity. I also bought my home as a place to live, not as an income producing property as well. So I think that I think it's viable to say 5,099 square foot lots, or under 7,500 I think square foot lots should not be developed. So I agree with that. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done with the workshop, and we will now move to presentations and bids. There's no bids, but we do have a short presentation by George, who is our commissioner, our chair of the Safety Committee. George is going to
Do I talk here?
Yeah, do it there or.
Jeff West, 115 Ocean Park Avenue, Chairman of the Safety Commission. Good evening, everyone. Mayor asked me earlier today if I could give a short presentation on the tree inventory that was performed earlier this year. Mr. Brash was our arborist, is unfortunately away for a few weeks. He'd really be the one to give this. I'd like to give a short overview of what it was and give the results so that the mayor council will discuss about some things following that. So we did a tree inventory this summer. What is a tree inventory? So the short version is every planting strip tree, every public tree on the lakefronts and the park were analyzed and categorized. Bradley before this never had one, and we sure needed one. I think Councilman Weber, Gubitosi, and Mayor Fox were very proactive in pushing for us to get this inventory done. So inventory is expensive. $15,000 is the average price. We knew we didn't have it in the budget. At the time, they did not have a grant manager, so they asked the Shade Tree Commission if we could start the grant process so that the council, mayor and council could get this inventory done. So in 2020, we started that. Shannon Greenblatt, one of the family members, must have spent several dozen hours trying to get that thing going, and she did. And finally, at the end of 2021, we were granted our grant, and in the spring and summer of this year, we had the grant performed. So what that means basically is it's costing the town nothing to get this grant. Some of you who watched the budget may have seen that the Shade Tree Commission budget was very high for the last 2 years. That's simply because you have to have the money in the budget officially to apply for the grant. Okay, so you may have seen Mr. Brash, our arborist, walk around town for 2 months in the summer. He's a skinny little Santa Claus looking guy with a big smile and a red hat. And he spent weeks and weeks and weeks walking up and down every street, struggling with his state mandated software, and he had to come back several times to give us 100% data. And we finally got it. And there's several reports that come in this inventory. There's several that are more esoteric: tree species, tree size, leaf area, replacement cost of our trees, things of that nature. And again, I'm just going to gloss over the titles of these. There's one that's more interesting: environmental impact. We all know that climate change is here, and it tells us carbon storage of our trees, the oxygen production of our trees, pollution removal. Bradley Beach trees remove 906 pounds of pollution we would otherwise breathe in every year. So there's a few more reports of that nature, but the nuts and bolts reports, which we got, were one sidewalk deflections, anything that's tree related. He was very pleased that the town's been so proactive over the past few years with the code official that we had relatively few sidewalk deflections remaining due to tree issues. And then the big two were what trees needed to be removed or pruned, and where trees needed to be planted. So approximately 1,300 trees were reviewed again over this whole time period. So let's go right to trees that needed to be removed. That's probably the most important of all the parameters that were taken here. The way the system works is there's 3 classifications of flags. Trees that are issues are either a yellow flag, an orange flag, or a red flag. Trees that obviously are probably fine aren't mentioned. So yellow flags are when you can get to a tree, there's trouble here, you might have a few years left with it. Just make sure, understand it's there and get to it when you can down the road. Orange flags are, we have some issues that are developing, get to these trees sooner than later before they turn into red flag trees. And red flag trees are trees that are something that needs to be addressed at the current time. So what did we get? So red trees, so we're talking just tree removal, not tree pruning right now. We got for immediate attention, red flag trees, there were 18 total, and one of those is a pruning tree. I just included it because it's a red flag. So there's 17 trees in town that need to be removed. One is in the park and the rest are in planting strips. And 2 of the residents of those planting strips have already submitted applications before there. So they've already recognized the issue. And 1 tree that is red flag doesn't need to be pruned. Orange, next level of attention. These are trees that are not good, and they're going to be red flags sooner than later. There's 64 total in town, 61 are planting strips that again need to be addressed sooner than later. When we get to them as the official terminology. 2 of those residents have already submitted applications. 2 are on Main Street, unfortunately. We might see 2 more Main Street trees go soon, and 3 are in parks. And yellow, which again is the minor category. There's 64 trees again there, 22 in the planting strips, 3, 4 on Main, 3 in parks. One thing of note, there's 35 on Sylvan Lake. Unfortunately, Silver Lake was planted almost exclusively with ash trees around 20 years ago. And the emerald ash borer is destroying every ash tree in the country. So we have 76 ash trees, at least on public and planting strip properties. And some have died, some we still have several years left with, but that's the writing on the walls. Mayor, would you like me to stop? That's I just keep going at this point. The next issue to be addressed is trees to be planted. Again, we didn't know what we didn't know. So I live on the north side of town and we don't have so many trees. The trees we have are small trees mostly, and unfortunately have very small planting strip trees, or planting strips rather, which means you just can't plant a tree if you want to. Live on the north side of town, you know how many tiny planting strips we have, including Ocean Park Avenue, my street. So a quick summation of that. 70% of the trees we have in town are newer trees. They're 12%, they're 12 inches in diameter or less. So that's not great because these new trees don't give us a good bang for our buck. They don't produce oxygen yet. They don't take carbon up. They don't provide shade. The London plane trees that are prevalent in our town, especially on the south side, that look like sycamore trees, those are fully 23% of all the trees we have. Those are the mature trees almost exclusively you'll see as you drive down 4th and 5th Avenue. These 23% produce 45% of all our oxygen and store 56% of all our carbon. And the lesson there very simply is the mature trees are the trees we want to nurture and keep if at all possible, because that's doing what we need to do for climate change in Brinley Beach. The last part of this is a short town. In general, there's a classification called leaf coverage, and any town in New Jersey should have 40% coverage. It's a complicated formula. It's a number of trees with the maturity of trees in some sort of formula. So on an oceanfront town that we have, it's down to 33%. Because we're not going to plant on Ocean Avenue. We're not going to plant on the first block. So there's less planting opportunities. So 33% is the average there. We're at 16.5%. So we're only half of the leaf coverage that we should be, and for practical purposes as well as aesthetics. I asked Mr. Brash, I said, how many trees do we need to plant to get to where we gotta go? And he laughed and chuckled and he said, I quoted this because it was just so nicely put. He said, George, you guys need to adopt a plan, plan what you can, where you can, as much as you can, for as long as you can. So we started a few years ago, the Wishing Tree program. So we're trying to be proactive. We plant maybe 50 trees a year in planting strips through the Wishing Tree program. We would suggest other planting programs. And for the lakefronts, ideally, there are state grants available. So when Silver Lake does come up for a master plan, we may be able to get state funding for that. So recommendations from our commission. As we know, I think everybody here knows the current application process. Whenever you're moving a tree, whether it's planting strip tree or a private tree, you have to fill out an application and give a $50 application fee. The $50 application fee is not going into the coffers of the town. It's the base we pay for the arborist 9 times out of 10, because when you give us an application, we have to go evaluate it. We often ask the arborist who we have to pay to go look. So we suggest if it's workable that perhaps the mayor and council could waive the application fee for the people that we know from the survey that definitely have trees that we know ahead of time do need to be removed over time. So that might be something for you guys to consider to make it a little easier for the residents in this process. And then the other thing we take home is obviously we need to finally get a game plan for the flag trees. Again, I compliment you guys on being so proactive on getting this inventory. So now that we have the data, we have to formulate where we go from here. Just so everybody knows, if you do have a tree that needs pruning, I did skip that part. There are probably 150 trees that also officially need to be pruned. That could be a healthy tree that has a dead branch. And again, we're looking here to avoid a problem. To have a branch fall and God forbid a fall, obviously God forbid a person. So prevention is a key, and also to help keep the trees healthy by pruning. So the last thing we'll offer is the shade tree still has a budget for this year. For public trees, if there is anything you want to get started, there's a budgetary issue. We do have some money in our coffers that could help with public trees to get started with that. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions from the mayor and council?
No, I don't have questions in that. I've gone through the report and I kind of knew the content we're going through. I know this is a complex issue for us. We've continued on, when we look at the Shade Tree Commission, who've been in place now for coming up on 2 years.
2.5 years now, yes.
2.5. We've had some, starts and stops with developing a good operating model. I think that's gone well. We've had a number of plantings in town. I think that's gone well. The analytics around this is a challenge. And I know that as soon as we receive this report, I know our business administrator has been working through a number of elements. So I'll probably ask her to comment next, but it's not a simple process, as you know. And the whole application process, I know that Ms. Greenblatt worked through for the grant, and where we've gone is, we've really made progress, but we're not, I don't want to say we're not out of the woods yet, because it's a really bad analogy. But I'll ask, I know Ms. Humphries is comment.
So when we received the
Thank you.
report,
You're welcome.
well, number one, it's been updated a couple of times since we have received it. So we wanted the public to be aware of what we were putting out on the website. So I've been working with legal counsel and with code department. Because we said, okay, maybe what we'll do is we send out a violation to people with the red flag trees that this tree needs to be removed. But there's no mechanism in the ordinance that actually allows us to do that. So we can notify the public, but where it goes from there is something that we're gonna have to determine, because there's nothing to enforce truly. We can waive the application fee. That is one thing that we have on the agenda tonight that George and I discussed that we thought would be a good idea, along with whoever. But where do we go from here? I can put a report on the website. I can send a letter to the homes, but then where does it go?
So are you suggesting that we need to look at the ordinance and adjust the
I
ordinance
would think,
to accommodate
right,
this?
would you just suggest an ordinance update, change, addressing findings of a red flag, orange flag, yellow flag tree?
I mean, when we originally drafted this ordinance, the specific purpose was not to have the shade tree police, as I was instructed by the governing body at that time.
Right.
So it doesn't contain those provisions pretty much for that reason. If the governing body wants to change its mind on that, then we can certainly change the ordinance to accomplish it. But that's the reason it's absent from it to begin with.
So but let me ask a question. Are you saying that it might not fall under the umbrella of the shade tree, but it should fall somewhere else?
No, the issue is that it's, the hazardous trees is really potentially Paul's domain. It's not really the shade tree domain under the chapter as it's written at this moment in time. So, the Shade Tree Commission is supposed to do exactly what George just stood up here and do, and report to you that the hazardous trees throughout the town. But they don't have the power to actually take them down or anything. They were specifically denied that power when the ordinance was passed, right, to keep it in someone's hands who doesn't live here functionally.
There's,
And Georgia was appreciative of that as well.
there was a separate section in code that spells out for an imminent danger tree. If there's a storm or car accident, whatever reason, there's a tree going to fall on somebody's property, their house or car, well, then yes, then it's an imminent danger, they can take that tree down and then get permission after the fact.
Yes.
I don't know if that's what the, what this red flag is, but current.
I mean, if you, like, for example, something that would fall in Paul's jurisdiction, if someone's tree limb falls across the sidewalk, that's Paul's jurisdiction. If the tree limb is too low, the hedge is too high and blocking the sight triangle, things like that are clearly,
Storm came through without the tree over.
right.
That's.
I mean, the envisioning when we originally did the ordinance with that, the Shade Tree Commission would do its work and do a lot of lobbying or go around to get people to take care of their trees. Whether you guys want to take it a step further and send Paul out for these red flag ones that might fall on something or the public right of way. Certainly you're right to do that. I don't know if you have to change the ordinance to do that. I'm not sure if you want to change the ordinance to do that.
Yeah,
Well, let me suggest, and as you already alluded to, this is a volunteer group, the Shade Tree Commission. So we should not be policing, was the word used. We should not be enforcing any rules as far as we're concerned. Again, we're volunteers. It's a small group. We're pretty busy as it is. I would suggest perhaps that is something that's going to change that it goes to code to do that. And the other thing, I think a little different with red flag trees. We're trying to be proactive. So before they fall on somebody, we now officially been told by a certified arborist that tree needs to come down. So I think it's official enough where, I don't know, but where you can actually tell somebody this tree has to be down for public safety reasons. I believe that's
At that point, I'm simply just a process server. I would send a ticket saying this tree's been a red flag by the tree professional, by the arborist, which is then gonna give the resident an option to go back to the committee to do the process to, replace the tree properly. Or if they don't, they're gonna end up in municipal court, where anything I do is gonna be based off the ordinance at hand and the report of the tree arborist. I certainly am not gonna testify, or can't testify to what the arborist can. Can I say the tree in danger of crushing somebody's house? 100%. Are your hedges too high? 100%. The arborist and what's involved in all the work that Shade Tree does, I can't testify to that. I can write a summons based on what the ordinance is in the book, but at that point, it's gonna be the tenant in court dealing with the prosecutor and the judge with report from the arborist. That says the trees.
That's the way it's set up, so that functionally George isn't there with the shade tree bag, really.
So, question for the council and for our business administrator. But first, Mr. Hedlund, thank you for the work you do and what your commission has done. I know there's a lot of hours you spend. I know former members like Ms. Greenblatt and current members like Mr. Noble and working tirelessly to help the borough in this regard. I really appreciate the information you're bringing to us tonight, especially the red flag information. I'm thrilled to hear that you're working collaboratively with our VA. But I would like to just use this as an opportunity to be really clear in terms of what we all collectively think our next step should be. We're being told in public in front of a lot of witnesses and on Zoom and on other cameras that these 18 or 17 trees are an imminent danger to people's safety. And it sounds like what we're saying is, at least right now, as our ordinances are written, the best we can do is issue some summonses, citations, whatever. Paul, you having the appropriate guidance from a tree expert, and then require the residents to take down the trees, these 18 trees. That's really what our option is today.
Well, we have a resolution for tonight to waive the fee for this.
Understood, but we'll waive a $50 fee, but it may cost $1,000 to take down the tree.
Does the red flag indicate the tree is in imminent danger or that it is dead? What does a red flag actually do?
It should be all the 18 trees that are red flag. If you look at them, it's gonna be real obvious. It's either a dead tree or it's a tree that's been pruned where it's leaning 45 degrees over into the road. It still may be a healthy tree, but it's just a tree that a good storm, it could fall on somebody. So
Imminent danger by
it's,
growers?
let's see if the shot. And I don't think it's
The dead tree and the leading tree is not necessarily an imminent danger.
immediate attention. Is officially what he recommends.
So, I mean, the legal standard to require its removal as an imminent hazard is, like Paul said before, and George alluded to, the certified arborist saying it's harboring disease or functionally.
So I guess what I'm struggling with, just as a member of the council, is, what, if anything, can we do about this? I don't know if it's imminent danger or immediate removal or something in between, but God forbid one of these trees.
I think you have what you're going to lay out. I mean, you have the decision tree, right? So the first option is waiving the permit fee and encouraging everyone to take care of the tree in front of their house, might fall in their own car, right? The second order of business, or potentially without going through the court process described, is that these are street trees, right? They're within the right of way. So the next step would be the borough is putting together a budget and taking them down yourself or trimming them yourself, right? That doesn't involve any third parties or whatever. And then what Paul and I basically described, if you want to have the residents do it, you have to compel them through imminent hazard issue. So those are that's the decision tree to go down, get rid of all of them.
This Humphrey,
We'll put the last two, and that's obviously your problem.
if we wanted the borough to take the cost on, it's just an academic question at this point, but if we wanted to assume this cost to get this done, would that require a change in ordinance? Would that just require an executive decision? What's our
It would be.
So the shade, you guys share jurisdiction over the shade tree, all the trees on public lands in the rights of way with the shade tree commission. You charge with monitoring and doing literally what George just did, right? And, you know, with there, if you guys both agree, you just send the contractor out. I mean, I would recommend discussing it with the homeowner one way or another, just as a matter of customer service. But, you know, you could do that.
I mean, I have to find money to do this. It's costly. I have to probably bid out the project. So we have to put out for fees.
If you did all 18 at the same time, it might be over the food threshold, but there's no reason you could put a 4-year program in place with a triage system. And then let's say, God forbid, I think people probably have more of a chance dying on the way out of the car into town, the car out of town, where they get a tree falling on them. So it's, you know, we have to put the risk in perspective here. The other day, God forbid, you know, a tree fell and there was an issue of municipal liability. We have a program to address these dangerous conditions on a reasonable basis within budget. And there's no one that's in suing court to say you should have spent $20,000 in 3 instead of 6. That's literally excluded by the Tort Claims Act. So, you know, that would be a reasonable management response to the situation, I think.
And at this point, do we have any idea what the cost of removing 18 trees would be, or is that something we can explore further?
Maybe it depends on the size of the tree.
Depends on the price of gas, it depends on, you know,
Yeah.
until you call.
So I guess we need to do it on.
Yeah,
I know, I got
removed
a
the tree,
tree, so
it
I-
cost me like $6,000.
When I had quotes for 18, right?
Yeah. So it just depends.
So Ms. Humphrey, would the immediate solution be at least to explore an RFP with bidders?
I think the immediate would be to notify the residents if they have something that was, you know, red tag. See what the response is and then put out a proposal. We've already asked for proposals and to be honest, companies just aren't getting back to them.
I think you're gonna be surprised how many people just take them down. My kid's
Yeah.
playing baseball in the street all day, all afternoon. Like,
Right.
if you give me one of those notices of the tree on the sidewalk, my phone, and I'd probably do it the next day. You know, I think you'd be surprised at how many people are actually just gonna do it.
And we're prepared to do that based on this inventory.
And they are obvious trees, so if you get that notice, you're not going to the tree and be surprised.
Right, right.
Notice.
I mean, nothing to call for replacement of it. They can simply remove it and have it off.
Correct, if the tree is dead or dying, they can remove with that.
So I'm hearing that is what we anticipate doing as the next step to notify those 18 residents.
I think that's the
George will come
immediate.
back with 11 or 7, and hopefully 0.
Right.
Okay.
So code will be.
We'll send out a notification. To advise.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, George. Thank you for all the work.
Thanks, George.
The Shade Tree Commission is the hardest working commission in town, and thank you for that report. Yeah, I agree. We should contact these folks, let them know that if all goes well tonight, we're gonna waive the fee. We can gently remind them that street trees in the planting strip in the right of way are the homeowner's responsibility. And yeah, we'll see how we do. Hopefully, maybe they all get taken down, and then we can make a plan for these yellow and orange ones. But the rest of the issue, the rest of the stuff you brought up, I actually think it's simple. I don't think it's really complex. I think we need to just plant more trees. The number you didn't say, there's over 1,000 tree vacancies. That was part of that report. So 1,000 tree vacancies. Consider we probably planted 30 trees last year and we're on track to do 60 this year. It takes a long time to get 1,000 trees. So the more we can encourage people taking responsibility over trees in their own planting strip, we can get to that number eventually.
Mr. Hill, one last comment I need to make, or I'm gonna be in big trouble, is I understand you also have a wonderful secretary.
Yes, she is amazing secretary. Mrs.
Happens to be
Gubitosa.
my wife, so thank you.
Can I just add to this? Can I add to this?
So you can.
Can I add to this conversation I go up there? Shauna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. First of all, thank you, George. Wonderful presentation. And so glad this has been done. Another proactive element that we really need to address in the borough is an emergency management plan. Knowing that we have weather and hurricanes right now, as a hurricane is hitting the coast of Florida, to have a plan in place.
in terms of the trees, if trees were to come down, have a company in place that would be available for us to be able to remove the trees, to move the trees, a location. So really, that's another part of this recommendation of the Tree Federation, which is that we have an emergency plan in place, and being a seaside town, better to do this before a storm hits us than after the fact. So, just wanted to add to that.
Yes.
We do
Yeah,
have one in place.
yeah, we do have an
It's in
emergency
place?
plan. Yes, we have an office of emergency
Yeah.
management. It's
With specifically related to removal and.
any number of situations that could come up. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. There's nothing else. We'll move to the next agenda item, which is approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve September 13, 2022 council business minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Bennell?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Make a motion to approve the September 13, 2022 executive session minutes.
Second.
Mr. Bennell?
Abstain.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, public comments on the agenda, single instance, 5 minutes limit. Are there any comments on the agenda for tonight? Yes.
My name is Linda Curtis, 202 Third. 204 Third is the James Hotel. I live next to it. It's terrific. It's a boutique hotel. It adds to this town. I have zero complaints. They're wonderful neighbors. I lived through their construction. It wasn't a problem. It was less of a problem than construction on other properties in my neighborhood. It seems to me that the worry about having hotels and motels as a permitted use on Main Street, in my view, has been overblown, and there's been hyperbolic language thrown around that, oh my God, we're gonna have 100-unit Marriott or Holiday Inn, God forbid, because they might get a liquor license. I don't know what that has to do with it. If what we are interested in, and I've heard lots of people say this, it would be fine if somebody wanted to do a boutique hotel, they could just get a variance. Well, why don't we say what's permitted is boutique hotels of 20 rooms or less? And then if they want to do 22 rooms, they can get a variance. But then we don't have to worry about the hyperbolic 100-unit Holiday Inn with the liquor license coming in. So that's a comment on that one. Also, as long as you're looking at that ordinance, you might want to fix the typo, because I think we don't have any shore shops. I think we have shore stores. I think we have shoe stores. Just saying. Secondly, there's something else on the agenda. Oh, I know. The council should be responsible for when our trash is picked up. It seems to me council should be responsible for governance issues, and the administration should be responsible for management issues. And I think when the garbage is picked up on which days is a management issue. I agree, there were problems with a decision made last year and how it was communicated. But it's really a bad idea to say there was a problem with that decision and therefore you never get to make it again. We're taking that responsibility away. That's really bad governance. And I urge you to stick to governance at the council level and management at the administration level. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the agenda? Yes.
Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I actually disagree with that. I think it's not a maintenance issue when we're talking about the frequency of recycling pickup. I don't think it's a maintenance issue. I don't think it's a management issue. I think it's.
Shani, you really need to address.
I'm
You
sorry.
have a question for us, that question for us.
I'm making a comment that I don't think it's
Well,
a management
No,
issue.
this is for questions on the agenda.
This is related to.
Question, comment, yeah. So
Yes,
you
this
can
is
comment, but you can't comment to
2022
other residents.
2022-9, I'm simply stating that I don't agree with that. I appreciate seeing that change in the ordinance for 2022-9. As I don't think it's a management issue. What I'm actually up here to give an ask or a recommendation to consider under 2022-9, if we're going to make some changes in the ordinance, I would put in a request to remove sticker fees. I don't know what the revenue is for the sticker fees. I think it's nickel and diming the residents. So I would make a recommendation in terms of bulk removal, which part of this ordinance, to make a change to that and remove the sticker fees. I would recommend having a schedule in place, bulk pickup. And with those bulk pickups, whether it's twice a year or 4 times a year or whatever, that people have an opportunity to put their bulk items out at the street without a sticker, gets picked up. I think there's also an opportunity to provide residents access to the DPW yard, which I know that they do have, and a simple, one car sticker per household to have access to the yard. And I guess a consideration if we would need that for the revenue, if you remove the stickers, is to, have a fee in place to have access to the yard. So my request is not to have people, as they choose, put large items out of the street whenever with stickers on them, but to remove the sticker program. And again, I don't know what kind of revenue the sticker program pulls in, but I would suggest that it would be more of a benefit to the residents to be able to utilize the DPW bulk services a little bit differently. I would also recommend something like a swap shop. If we're going to move our entire facility to Main Street and move the DPW, if that's something that's down the road, I would recommend a place where people can actually bring, and I've seen this in other communities, it's worked really well, where people can bring their goods that they don't want to throw out, that someone else may be able to use. We have a large portion in this community who would benefit from being able to go into a swap shop and be able to pick up goods without having to pay for them. I know personally, I would prefer to do that than the 2 times a year yard sales, which requires enormous work and putting your stuff out. So, I would love to see some of the stuff I'd love to give away in the hands of people who need them. I think it would be a great community project. And I think there should also be, community volunteer involvement in that. So those are recommendations that I hope will be considered down the road as we talk further about the DPW and the bulk situation of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Rhode Island. I do want to thank the mayor and council for introducing this ordinance tonight about hotels and motels, because it is all consuming to the entire town. And the protections we need are in this ordinance. This was a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee, which I was on. It was disregarded by the land use board, but you're the ultimate decider. And the public was here at previous meetings stating they don't want it. People can come in to get variances for a hotel, but I must point out, we have the most liberal conditional use for a bed and breakfast. That's a grassroots business, owner occupied, the ordinance is there. There are options for people to create these businesses. Okay, so I want to thank you because the public did come out when they realized it. The public didn't even realize that you could build the hotels and motels. I'd also like to thank you for the adjusting the garbage ordinance because of the problems with a decision, which we still don't understand who made the decision, what the investigation came out with, and how it was changed and who made that decision. I also like to point out that now that I have my recycling back, it's wonderful, functions great. But what I don't have back is my film pickup once a month. It's now once every 2 months. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but you handed out these little buckets that are 4 gallons. Okay, that's 1 week worth of plastic. I just got mattress deliveries. I have a huge garbage can in the back that I'm waiting to put out on October 12th. So, either have the program or don't have it. And I'm told, oh, you could take it to the borough yard. Wait a minute, we pay enough taxes. We had film pickup once a month. Now we have it every 2 months. I think the council needs to interact in this. And it would be nice to be able to call your councilman and say, hey, councilman, what's going on? And say, we don't know. Nobody told us. That was the most embarrassing day I've ever had. And then I do want to question, and Ms. Humphrey, I'm sure you're going to know the answer to this one. It's really simple. The option here for the payouts over 3 years to Captain Zula, who's a great police officer, and I just want to clarify to the taxpayers that is he not in the $25,000 cap that was established, or is he before the $25,000?
He's not within a total cap, no.
Pardon?
He's not, no, he's getting paid out correctly, through an existing contract. Our other PBA, employees that are more current, they fall under, a different.
And do we know how many are still up for these? I mean, they deserve it. That's conscious. I'm not questioning that. How many more do we have that are?
I don't know off the top of my head. I have it in my computer, but.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we'll move to ordinance introduction, there's an ordinance introduction.
There wasn't anybody on Zoom.
2022-12, it's amendment to chapter 45010. Which for some reason, is that in the 1 second, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sorry. I didn't have it in front of me. It's an ordinance amending chapter 258 hotels and chapter 450 zoning of boroughs revised general ordinances related to hotels and motels within the borough. We'll open the council comments.
I'll start. I am happy we're introducing this. I think it was just said that it's just a surprise for a lot of people to find out that hotels weren't allowed use on Main Street, and I think there's nothing wrong with taking that away. I've relayed before, but I will say it again. I've experienced in another town, it's Beach Haven, New Jersey, and they had a fight about this, and it really tore that community apart because nobody expected them to come in. There's a marina, the marina sold, and a plan came in for a hotel with over 100 rooms. And again, automatically got a liquor license. The reason I think that's a big deal is because I think it's a big deal to UVA. They're not here anymore, but they were here earlier tonight. I think it'd be a big deal to Darcy, and it'd be a big deal to Elbow Room and everybody else with a liquor license in this town. The example I'm talking about Beach Haven, again, it split this community apart. None of the bar restaurant owners wanted it. They didn't want the extra liquor license, and people thought it was too big and too much and too dense, and it was a huge fight. It was really ugly. So I'd like to just at least make it not a use in the town. And then, yeah, if anybody wants to come in for a hotel, they have to get a variance. So I'm really in favor of this ordinance, and I think we're doing the right thing. And I certainly know that it was recommended by the strategic planning committee, and a lot of people want to see this change.
Anyone else?
Yes, I would just echo Councilman Weber specifically. People have shared with me their concerns. They've become aware that at least there's a possibility of properties being acquired on Main Street, particularly the large lots. The question becomes what Ms. Curtis raised, which is, well, how big? Is 100 rooms even possible? Perhaps not. I think Mr. Shuck, you said that in an earlier meeting. There are setbacks, there are other requirements that the building would need to meet. But maybe it's not 100, maybe it's 50, maybe it's 30. I don't know the number of rooms, but what people should know right now is we have a list of non-permitted use businesses in the borough. It's 30 plus different businesses. many of the businesses listed there already exist in the borough. Many of them have come in since that list had been compiled, so they were able to be granted a use variance. Tattoo parlor, the group of two recent examples. But the real question in my mind is, as we entertain this particular ordinance, is the unknown, what we don't know. I spoke with attorneys who shared with me, well, if there's an imminent risk, then at that point, you could wait now and you could move quickly if there's an imminent risk. Someone knocking on the door to buy two adjacent lots. The challenge with that is that it just might be too late at that point. So if there is legitimate concern of overdevelopment, on Main Street, especially overdevelopment that might bring large oversized hotels, that would further challenge our density requirements, that might challenge fabric of the community if there are huge vacancy issues in a given hotel. For so many reasons, I think this is in the residents and the borough's best interest to just simply put, right now we have our arms wide open. Anyone who wants to go to the hotel can come in. I'd like to narrow that welcome to, you got to go through the land use board. If the land use board thinks you're a good use for the borough, you'll get your use for it. So that's why I'm in favor of this ordinance.
I would agree with that. I think it's better to make it a prohibited use, and if somebody comes with a good idea, goes in front of the zoning board, they're gonna get approved.
Yes. And I just think it's overkill the way it's written. If you're worried about large hotels, then set a occupancy limit, set a room total limit. With property values near record highs and interest rates approaching record highs, nobody's going to be buying up a huge tract of land next to the railroad tracks and putting a Marriott. And that's the difference between us and anything.
Yeah, or place. Yeah, so certainly I appreciate the concern with the issue, but I think we're taking a sledgehammer solution here. I like one of our residents said, why not assess limits, draw parameters? Why wouldn't we give instructions to our planners to assess and tee up something like this to a master plan? I just don't think, I think it's just flat out bad policy just to flip a switch and say, no hotels, no motels. Have we really studied this? We're banning an existing use. I don't think, is George DeStefano in the room? Oh, he is, there he is. I didn't know you were coming. He just renovated the James. I'd be interested to hear how he feels about potentially banning existing use. It just doesn't make sense to me. So sorry, folks. You'll have your moment here. So I just think we're creating a threat that's not there. For those who've lived in town for a while, got a 7-Eleven that's been closed for I don't know, a year and a half. Before that, it was a Dunkin' Donuts. If we think we're going to have a Marriott on Main Street, I don't think that'll happen. But having said that, there's nothing wrong with saying, let's look at this and say what might make sense. I happen to be in Manasquan, and I should have made copies of this picture. I was in Manasquan this morning, and there's a little place called the Inn on Main. The bottom floor has a coffee shop and a little restaurant, and the upper floor has a few hotel rooms. Looks like an exquisite little place. If this were on Main Street in Bradley Beach and people were visiting Bradley Beach and staying in Bradley Beach in a place like this, I look at that and say, there's nothing wrong with that. Are we gonna have a 20-story Marriott, or it's just not gonna happen? So I just think, like what happened last December and October, there's been comments about the strategic planning group. The strategic plan group went out of the lane, in my opinion. They were asked for some economic development recommendations. They made 10 recommendations, 9 of them. Oh, didn't make copies of this. Yeah, maybe while I'm talking, we can just hand those out. I don't need to see it. I was there today, but you can just hand them out. Yeah. And that group in December, so in October, those recommendations were reviewed by the planning board. The planning board discussed them, and for reasons that they talked about, a boutique hotel or having more of an abundance mentality, which is scarcity, they said, let's look at these 9 recommendations and not the 10th recommendation. At the last council meeting, there was a request to look at the recommendations of the planning board, but we really didn't go there. We really went right to, we don't want hotels and motels. So again, I think, you know, have we teed this up to our master plan? Have we assessed this thoroughly? I don't think we have. And if we get into a mentality of, I will say in December, what happened was that there was, you know, there was a little bit of a social media gaslighting going on to say, oh, we're planning, we've got plans to put hotels. The days of hotels, grand hotels in Bradley Beach or in Avon or in Ocean Grove are long gone. We've come to the age of the James type hotel, the Inn on Main Street. That's where we are in this town. This town has evolved over time. So I think it's overkill. I think it's a sledgehammer approach. I don't like, there's no Jersey Shore town that has banned hotels and motels. There's one town that I'm aware of. I asked the town to look, and that's Howell. And I'm not sure why they did. I kind of have an idea, but I don't know for sure. You know, we bring up this point of, well, we can just go in with the use variance, but that was the very argument for combining, one of the arguments for combining the planning and zoning board last year is we want to get rid of use variances. So I just don't know what the deal is here. Again, I think it's a sledgehammer solution. I don't think there's a threat. I just think I'd rather be known as a town that's welcoming and encourages these kind of businesses like Mr. DiStefano's business. A year ago, if he would have come into town and said, well, hotels, motels are not really looked at favorably, he might have picked up another property somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I haven't spoken to him about this at all. I'm glad you're here. So I am not in favor of this. I am in favor, though, of having our planners look at the master plan, work with the land use board, and assess is there an opportunity to shore up what we're doing, which doesn't take that sledgehammer. So that's my opinion of it. So with that, we'll move towards voting to introduce this ordinance. So make a motion to introduce 2022-12 amendments to 450-10. Second.
Mr. Vanel?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith?
No,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No. Okay, let's move to the next agenda item, which is adoptions. We have an adoption of ordinance 2022-9, ordinance amending chapter 286, ordinance solid waste and recycling collection of the borough's revised general ordinances to provide borough council with oversight by the borough. Pick up schedules. Unlike the prior introduction, for those who don't know, when we introduce ordinances, you now have a couple of weeks to take a look, think it through, ask questions. We're now in an adoption for this ordinance because it was introduced a while ago. So what we have now is we'll have a council discussion and then an adoption hearing. So anybody in the public can comment favorably or unfavorably on this ordinance. So I just wanted to make that clear because we do have a number of people that I don't know if I've seen them there before. So with that, I'll make a motion to open the 2022-9 adoption hearing for public comments. Not for public comments, I mean for the council, I'm sorry.
we don't need a motion.
Yeah, we don't need a motion, just start, yep.
May I ask that?
Certainly.
Thanks. In 2017, one of the first things that I did on this council, and I believe Councilman Bennell as well, is we passed an ordinance to deal with the waste collection and the recycling. And there were many details, and I just went back to it, I printed it out, and I read it, like making sure I'm not crazy, making sure I remember it right. And the council decided on all sorts of details, including the frequency of the pickup, size of the cans, like all these different things. It was a council decision. I voted on it, Councilman Bennell voted on it, Councilman Norman Goldfarb, who's sitting here, he voted on it as well. So this is not new. People that say that this is not something that the council should be doing, it just, recent history would prove that wrong. I think it makes sense. I agree that this is a policy decision. I would agree it's not our place to say, you pick up Lorraine on Tuesday and you pick up on this street on the west. That's not the council's job. But the frequency of the pickups is a policy decision, because essentially it's been pointed out before, it affects your taxes. If we decide to double the frequency or cut it in half, it's spending your tax money on doing that. So it's a policy decision. I think it's an appropriate decision for this council, and can't wait to vote on this ordinance.
Yes. Again, I think I have to disagree with Councilman Weber. I think this is a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to a mistake that was made once. But even more to the point of that is, well, first thing is, I'm not sure when putting an extra layer of government in place in a process ever makes it more efficient. So just in that regard, I don't really like this change. But from a broader perspective and a broader picture, we finally have in place collection numbers. We have budgetary numbers, we have volume numbers, we have man-hour numbers. We can actually go in and make an objective assessment about what makes sense, the best way to move forward to address, issues like Ms. Greenblatt raised. Do we have stickers? Do we have bulk days? Do we have these different things? We finally have that data in place, and I would rather that now we have probably almost a full year of this data, is that we go in and crunch the numbers, we look at it, and then we revise this ordinance accordingly based on what the data says. So that's my comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah.
This ordinance introduction, to me, it's very simple. The rationale behind it is very simple. As Councilman Weber stated, this decision around frequency is a policy decision. I've gone to experts in this field. I've talked to probably the premier expert on small municipality governments in the state of New Jersey, Professor Rutgers, who the mayor actually brought in a year ago to teach us about our form of government. All individuals are spoken to outside of our immediate council, and then I obviously chatted with the immediate council. But outside of Bradley Beach, everyone said, experts said, this is a policy issue. And why is it a policy issue? Ms. Curtis, to your point, it's not about managing the schedules and pickups. It's about managing the frequency. So in your minds, think about the executive branch, the mayor versus the council, which the mayor is also a part of, but we're the legislative branch. Who decides frequency of pickup? As Councilman Weber pointed out, one simple example of why it's policy is because it impacts your taxes. If we want to have frequency every day, your taxes go up. If we want to have frequency once a month, your taxes go down, but all of a sudden we may have health and safety issues, another policy issue. But then there's a third policy issue that people often forget, and that is you elected 5 council members, including the mayor, to help make the right decisions for the borough. The third issue is, what do our residents want? And I personally think, because this is all policy, it's clear as day that this should be a council decision, including the mayor. I disagree with Mr. Sexsmith when he says, it's an extra layer of government and it's a knee-jerk reaction. I will say that so-called recycle gate a little while back elevated everyone's awareness. I was not sitting at home combing through E-code, looking at all our ordinances to determine what areas might need to be tweaked. But it did raise my awareness when I said, well, who does make this decision? And again, I think it comes back to it's a policy decision that should include the mayor as a member of our council, but it's a council decision. And for that reason, I'm in support of this change. And by the way, in case you haven't read this, the change basically says DPW still analyzes, DPW still reports, DPW gives all the data and information that Mr. Sexton just referenced that has been previously delivered. But they will, if they want to make a change in the frequency of pickup, they will come to the council. And to me, the council should be the ones making that decision. Thank you.
Anything else?
I think John and Al pretty much summed it up. To Tim's point, this council is not going to sit here and crunch all the numbers. DPW is going to do exactly what Tim said with Tim's help, and they're going to crunch the numbers and look at it, and they're going to say, hey, guys, this is what we think, and then we're going to have a workshop, and it's going to be a legislative decision whether we change the frequency or not. They can drive down the street backwards for all I care. If they say that's more efficient, that's management. So, yeah, this is the right thing to do.
Okay, well, I'll go and then we'll open up to public comments. I'm not in agreement on this. I stated before why we had our DPW group, which I wasn't aware was going to show up at the initial meeting and express their concerns about this. People look at situations, and I want to give you a little bit broader picture of the situation. Our DPW team attempted to free up some resources for us earlier this year and did some analysis based on other towns. Wasn't great communication, but the result was we did free up resources, and we got some of our junior people trained. We took on some projects. We got some things done. So from a taxpayer perspective, we lowered the cost of some projects that may not have gotten done. So, I think it was a reasonable decision at the time. Was the communication good enough? The communication stunk. But I think the intent was appropriate. The biggest, and in trying this, we learned something. The biggest issue with this was multifamily and apartments that had capacity issues. We heard that, and also we got some feedback from some seniors that more frequency is lighter cancer than we move around. So we made a call to say let's go back. We're going to lose the capacity that we gained. We did get some people cross-trained. We got some projects done. I still believe the DPW group, along with the administration, needs to really make those decisions. I think coming forward, now that we do have some data, and I didn't want to interrupt Ms. Jenny, but there is a bulk schedule that's much more systemic now than ever was. You can't just throw something out on your sidewalk. There's a specific time when you can, and then there's specific, we've expanded hours at the yard for bulk pickup. So we've improved our bulk situation enormously. And I'm very happy about that, because I was concerned about workers' comp issues. We had people, not knowing what was going to be out there. They were using the wrong, they were using garbage trucks versus other means to move some of the bulk that was being put out. We had one of the most liberal bulk pickup schedules, I think, on the Jersey Shore. So much so that I think people who had second homes kind of came down here and brought some of their stuff with them. So we cleaned that up. We looked at the other elements of recycling. I think it's important that Mr. Coffone does report periodically what Public Works is doing in this area. I just think, again, from my opinion, it's an overreach situation that it's not necessary. So I'll close with that and now make the motion to open a public hearing on 2022-9.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Any public comments on 2022-09? Looks like no. Oh, any up here? Looks like no. Oh, it's gone. So I don't see anybody. Eric, I can't see that. Can you-
On Zoom, there is somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
TJ, sorry.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I really appreciate you doing it tonight, and I think we've proven from earlier in the evening that workshops get things done and informed. And as to Councilman Bennell's point, it can be workshopped and it changes. And that's the way the community makes a decision. It's not getting your calendar on January 1st and finding out your services have been cut. And then having an embarrassing Zoom meeting where they can't even get the people on the Zoom. And what's most, the mayor has now admitted it was an unreasonable decision. But it's.
No, I
not.
never said that. I never said that. Someone said.
Well, the question is, Mayor, who takes responsibility for that? Because no one's taken responsibility for that. You told us there would be an investigation and we got no report.
And you're not due a report on that. It was an investigation around a personnel matter and it was looked at and dealt with.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. So so nobody took responsibility. Is it?
No, I took responsibility.
Well, you didn't say that, so
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. We know now. You took responsibility for making the change in the calendar.
At the end of the day, it's my responsibility.
Sure, I mean, it would have been nice to know that in February when we're on the Zoom call. But thank you very much for passing this tonight, because it's a very important ordinance for the borough. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Good evening, Jane DeNoble. I just want to thank you guys for this ordinance. I feel this includes the residents as well as the council, because like you said, it wasn't great communication. And if you came to us and said, hey, the guys, they need to get cross-trained. We got to get some projects done. Let the public know this. And we might be like, okay, yeah, like, let's do it in January and February where we're not here that much and there's less recycling. But it's the communication. It's including the council, including the residents. Communication is key. And that's all we ask for. And I just want to thank you again.
Okay, we'll close the hearing for 2022-9 and yeah, need a motion to close.
Motion to close and adopt.
Second.
Mr. Pennell,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
No.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
No. Okay, thank you. Let's now go to communications. We didn't have anything specific on communications. We do have one appointment, but we'll wait till the next meeting when we formalize that. It's an appointment to a commission. We just didn't get it in. Okay, resolutions. We have individual consent agenda bill list for September 28th, 2022. Make a motion to approve. Second.
Are you doing all the consent agendas?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
My brain was someplace else. I'm sorry,
That's all
consent.
right.
I was on consent. So we have the bill list for September 28th. We have 2022-25 approving the block party application for 300 block 2nd Avenue on John on Saturday, October 13th from 1 to 5. 2022-226 authorizing Jersey Shore Rescue Mission conduct their 5K race walk for Saturday, October 29th, 2022 from 9 to 11, and 2022-227 authorizing refund in the amount of 500 for a sidewalk application fee deposit for 312 2nd Avenue. Make a motion to approve the consent. Second.
Mr. Pennell,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Individual resolutions 2022-228 authorizing payout of accumulated sick time for Charles Zula, Captain Bradley Beach, 3 separate equal payments of $73,849.60 on October 15th, 22, 23, 24. Motion to approve. Second.
Mr. Pennell,
Yep. Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2022-229 renewal of membership of the Monmouth Municipal Joint Insurance Fund. Make a motion to approve 2022-229. Second.
Mr. Pennell,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2022, 230, authorizing Borough Administrator Qualified PPA to advertise a request for proposals for professional appointment for calendar year 2023. 2023. Make the motion approved. Second.
Mr. Vanel,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2022, 232, waiving the $50 fee. 231, authorize the Borough Administrator Qualified PPA to advertise for bids for sanitary sewer CCTV. Make a motion to approve. Second.
Mr. Vanel,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2022, 232, waiving $50 shade tree application fee for property owners that have received a notice to remove tree due to tree inventory report. As we said before, they have not received a notice yet, but they will. So make a motion to approve 2022, 232. Second.
Mr. Vanel,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2022, 233, resolution calling for a public censure. This resolution was not in the package that went out, but I'll have Erica read the resolution.
Table, Mr. Mayor.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was tabled.
Into the public 48 hours. Wow.
Unfortunately, this was going to be the topic of the executive session. But I'll have Erica read this and we'll vote.
Okay, Borough of Bradley Beach, Monmouth County, Resolution 2022-233. Resolution of public censure as to Councilman Al Gubatose arising from his interactions with borough officials / employees. Mayor Fox offered the following resolution and moved its adoption. Whereas the Borough of Bradley Beach, parentheses, the borough as a municipal corporation and public employer is required to maintain certain employment policies and procedures to ensure that the borough's workplace is compliant with New Jersey law. Semicolon, and whereas in accordance with the borough's employment policies and procedures, the borough's labor attorney recently conducted an investigation and issued a confidential report pertaining to certain interactions between borough officials and employees, semicolon, and whereas the following aforementioned investigation, the borough's labor attorney determined that certain interactions between Bradley Beach Councilman Al Gubatose and employees of the borough violated the borough's employment policies and procedures. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and council of the Borough of Bradley Beach, County of Monmouth, State of New Jersey, hereby publicly censure Councilman Al Gubatose for improper interaction with borough employees and direct him to cease further interactions with other borough officials and employees that may lead to potential liability on the part of the borough. Be it further resolved that a certified copy of this resolution be placed in the personnel file of Councilman Al Gubatose. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Vanel?
I haven't seen any report. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I didn't even know what the censure is about, so it's a little inappropriate that I'm being asked to vote on it, so I'm gonna vote no. And I haven't seen Al do anything wrong.
Mr. Gubatose?
I think Councilman Gubatose probably shouldn't vote on this.
I believe I should not vote, but I would like to make a comment.
Maybe after the vote, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
I'll be voting no. Everybody just saw that this was just handed to me, and I've said this before. I'm not voting yes on anything that I get 5 minutes before. So the content almost doesn't matter. On the principle of getting this less than 5 minutes ago, I'm voting no.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, and I'll comment on both Councilman Vanel's comment and Councilman Weber's. there was a executive session set up tonight to have a review of this. I believe it was just blocked for purposes of not addressing this. I've expressed my concern about issues relative to professionals, employees. In past meetings, I made a very strong comment just at the last meeting. The treatment of some of our municipal employees and our professionals is a problem, and it's not getting better. We have to protect the borough. I feel as though I have to protect the borough from lawsuits and also from behavior that's just not appropriate. So I take this very seriously. I wish that we would have had this review in the executive session. I'd be happy to have that review with the council in a session. But I felt as though this needed to move forward. The reason one of the big reasons I felt that way is that this investigation started in April. It took a long time to get to its conclusion, then a long time to get any kind of a review on it because of so many parties, and that was problematic for me. I don't tolerate this kind of behavior, and excuse me. This isn't funny. This is not funny at all. This is a problem.
No, it's not, but you're lying.
Sorry. This is a problem, and it's not. This is not a problem that's happened in the last few months. We've had a problem. We've experienced problems in the past, and we continue to see problems. I've experienced them here in this borough. I've been mayor here for about 20 months now, and I've seen it, tried to deal with it, counsel people, talk to people, and it's just not getting any better. It has to get better. As I said at the last meeting, when I tell other mayors that we have gone through 3 business administrators, 3 CFOs, 2 clerks, and 2 attorneys, they just shake their heads and say, that's just unreal. So this is, it's unfortunate, but it's something, it's part of what my job is and what we have to do as a borough. So if you have a brief comment, you want to make the council.
It's probably gonna be about 5 or 6 minutes, Mr. Mayor, because I do have a comment. And I'm stunned by the process that we're referring to tonight. I am going to read a comment, but very specifically, I wanted to know, I understood I was going to be the target of some discussion tonight, some public sanction of some sort. And I asked repeatedly, well, can I at least have the documentation? I found that in fact, this resolution, and I just wanted to know what it said, just so I could address the public. I just want to know what it said. And I found out that the resolution was actually prepared well in advance of this meeting, well in advance.
2 days ago.
Okay, 2 days ago. The point being, it was handed to us tonight, and I made requests of our borough council. I made requests of our clerk, just to simply say, can I get a copy of this? I'd just like to know what it is that I'm being sanctioned for. A very important thing, I'm going to read a statement, but a very important thing is we state here in this resolution that did not pass, that an investigation was conducted and issued a confidential report. I have still, as I sit here talking to you, I have still not seen this confidential report. Now just going to read my statement for the record. There was an employee complaint filed against me, and after an investigation by attorneys, the mayor and council president Sexsmith have decided to present a resolution to the council which would publicly censure me.
How disrespectful.
Excuse me.
Order?
First of all,
asking, is this appropriate that the attorney and VA has walked out?
And the attorney said he had no idea what was going on as he walked out the door. Right in front of us. She was like,
We have one thing.
yeah.
Public comments coming up.
I'd just like to read my statement, please. First of all, what is public censure? No one's actually addressed this with me. I had 2 days' notice to figure it out. Our borough attorneys have given me no insight. Mayor Fox surprised me with a notice of this action via certified mail just 2 days ago. From what I can tell, censure means an official expression of disapproval or condemnation. It may result in a written reprimand, and it could serve as notice that future violations may be cause for severe disciplinary action. I Googled that. It more or less repeats that in this resolution, but again, as I prepared my comments for tonight, I didn't know what the resolutions would say. Let me start with the obvious. The claims against me are false. This so-called objective investigation by an independent attorney was in plain English, a sham. After a 4-month investigation, I have been given 2 days' notice of these findings and 2 days' notice of the mayor's plans for my public censure. This item was added to tonight's agenda and shared with the public Monday evening without notifying the council. Up until the start of tonight's meeting, the council still was not provided with the language for the censure resolution. And yet, the council is expected to vote on this resolution tonight. All aspects of this process have been carefully orchestrated by the mayor to provide me with no time to even research what public censure means. Fundamentally, this investigation process is intended to protect employees from harassment. Employees have every right to file a claim if they believe they're being harassed by an individual. What should follow is an unbiased, objective, and independent investigation of the veracity of that employee's claim. In this circumstance, there is simply too much evidence of bias and bad motives to consider this process anything other than what it is, a sham. Specifically, the so-called independent attorney who conducted the investigation works for the same law firm that serves as the borough's labor attorney. Any independent investigation should have been conducted by legal counsel with no existing ties to the borough and to Mayor Fox. When I was first notified of an employee complaint filed against me in May of this year, I asked for the specifics of the complaint. The investigating attorney provided the detail I requested, and I have those original complaints in writing. Guess what? 4 months later, now, and basically just 2 days ago, I was given a certified letter from Mayor Fox, not by the law firm, determining that I have violated policies of the employee handbook. However, the law firm has never contacted me regarding the results of their investigation. The original complaints were never addressed in the letter that I received from Mayor Fox. This is likely because the original complaints were unfounded. I guess new complaints had to be created, complaints that were never shared with me until 2 days ago. Also in May, I asked the investigating attorney who else would be interviewed during his investigation process. He mentioned Mayor Fox and he mentioned Council President Sexton, two of my political opponents. Let's just say that I perceived the deck to be heavily stacked against me. I specifically requested that our other two council members, Mr. Weber and Mr. Bennell, also be included in the interviews. They were privy to the circumstances related to the initial complaints. The investigating attorney agreed to include them. However, a funny thing happened during the investigation over the next 4 months. Council members Weber and Bennell were never approached to be interviewed. If this investigation was intended to be fair and objective, why wouldn't all witnesses to the original complaints be included in the interview process? Importantly, the so-called facts cited in the letter that I received from the mayor do not add up. These facts, quotation marks, are clearly flawed and unsubstantiated. They reference dates that do not align with actual meetings held, and they declare me responsible for, and I quote, excessive criticism and constant disagreement. Number one, excessive criticism. Number two, constant disagreement. The accusation of excessive criticism can be easily refuted by a review of my very professional email correspondence. As for constant disagreement, that may be true. I was in constant disagreement with the administration's efforts to dramatically increase the borough's budget for salaries and wages. However, I don't understand why constant disagreement is referenced as a charge of guilt.
Wait.
How is constant disagreement by a council member during ongoing debate over budget issues allowed to serve as a basis for my public censure? I'm proud of the fact that my constant disagreement led to a reduction in our 2022 budgets of over $300,000 and a reduction in our residents' taxes. To date, I have not received the formal report of the lawyer's findings. So let me understand. I am being publicly censured on 2 days' notice based upon a non-independent attorney's investigation, an attorney who still hasn't delivered his findings to me. Instead, I received a letter from Mayor Fox, a very biased non-attorney who has supposedly summarized the attorney's report in a certified letter to me. This letter dated September 20, 2022, a week ago, was only delivered to me 2 days ago. What's really interesting is that there is clear evidence in this letter that it was drafted a month ago on August 24th. Why would the mayor wait over a month to deliver this letter?
I'd be happy to answer that.
And now Mayor Fox and Council President Sexsmith have worked together without any other council involvement to add my public censure to tonight's agenda. Does this sound like fair due process, or does this sound like biased political gamesmanship? Despite my lack of awareness of the so-called evidence against me until 2 days ago, apparently the results of the attorney's report had already been shared with members of the public and with Council President Sexsmith. I can now appreciate that Council President Sexsmith's Facebook posts over recent weeks have clearly hinted at his insider knowledge of the results of this investigation. All this time, I remain unaware of the revised complaints against me. On this note, let me state clearly, I plan to pursue recourse for any violations, both legal and ethical, resulting from the inappropriate public dissemination of this supposedly confidential report. Again, this serves as further evidence of bad politics, unethically manipulating what should have been an unbiased, confidential review process. In conclusion, this entire process has been a mockery of the system we have in place today. It is a system intended to objectively, fairly evaluate employee complaints. Instead, this has become a new tool in the mayor's political arsenal to disparage my reputation. Perhaps it's a good thing because this biased, mean-spirited miscarriage of justice will serve to expose everything that is wrong with politics in Bradley Beach today. Did I ask a lot of questions of the mayor and our borough employees? Yes, I did. Is that ground for calls of harassment and public censure? I think not. As a councilman, I represent the people of Bradley Beach. I would like to work collaboratively with this administration, but I do not represent this administration. I represent the people. Mayor Fox often refers to people who do not agree with him as divisive or as factions within our community. So feel free to call me divisive as well, because I don't always see eye to eye with the mayor. Interestingly, I think that many of my disagreements with the mayor have served our residents well. Here's my bottom line. As long as I'm on this council, I will continue to ask questions of our mayor and his administration. My questions will always serve the public's best interest. That is my pledge to everyone in this borough, including Mayor Fox. Finally, I'd like to thank my wife, Ann, who is in the audience tonight in support of me. I encouraged her to stay home and to avoid the tension that this would create. However, she insisted on being here, and I love her for it. Thank you, Ann.
I love you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could rebut a couple of Councilman Gubatosi's points. A borough employee did make a complaint to me about harassment by Councilman Gubatosi. I contacted the mayor and the labor attorney. And that was the extent of my involvement in this investigation until I was interviewed. I have not seen the report. I have not seen the report. I was not in town last week. At the end of the week, when this was added to the agenda, I had no involvement in it. But having said all of that, I think that what we need to do is, since everyone likes to shed light on things, I think I'm going to make a motion that the employee complaint investigation report should be immediately released to the public with only sufficient redactions to protect the employee.
Can the accused read it first? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Look, I understand there's a lot of feedback, but this is a public proceeding, and like, I've been here every time. You guys are good. This is a great crowd. We really just can't have everyone calling out. It's like, it's gonna be a ride, right? Like, it's gonna end. The end means gonna end if it gets out of control, right? So just please, guys.
Why then?
Yeah, we have quiet, please. We're all trying, please. Okay, please.
So I made a motion, I'd like a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Bennell,
No.
Mr. Gubatose,
Have to recuse, I imagine.
Mr. Sexsmith,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Can I ask a question first? Right.
Yeah, oh, you want my advice?
Can we actually do? Yeah. I mean, can we do this? I mean, I don't, I appreciate the sentiment of Councilman Sexton. Is this something we can actually do?
It's a confidential report, right?
It's already, you don't know, because you don't have the report.
I know, I see the report. I mean, this whole thing is highly unorthodox, so I honestly don't know. That's the truth of it. I think that you can do whatever you want with all of it. You're the governing body of the town, and you can do whatever you want with it. But do I think any of this is the best practice? You all know that I don't, so that's where I'm at.
So I will vote no on this as well.
I'll vote yes. Okay, and I want to respond to a couple of points too. This idea of 2 days and, I'm sorry, before we go forward, I just want to remind the governing body, there are people who work for the borough that are involved in this, that have employment rights, and there's liability. So whatever the debates are about whoever did what, comes secondary here to the rights of the employees and the taxpayer liability dollars. So please, if everyone's done a pretty good job of constraining their comments in this very unorthodox situation. Like, I don't know, I gotta say something. We got the camera, on camera, so how about it, guys? Right. So, a couple comments that were made, I jotted down. Political opponents. I did not act on anything as from a political opponent. I acted on a complaint. I've acted on probably a half dozen complaints since I've been in this office. I'm going to act on a complaint anytime it comes up to have it thoroughly investigated. Sometimes they're serious, sometimes they're not. I view this as extremely serious. The idea that I sprung this on somebody, this was delayed by over 2 months by Councilman Gubatose. That's a lie. And that's not a lie. By Councilman, I'm trying to cover my points. By Councilman Gubatose and Councilman Gubatose's counsel. Councilman Gubatose asked why this complaint didn't get back to him. He was provided a summarization of that. There's a 17-page report that is confidential, and the lawyer representing him should have been contacting our borough attorney. It's our borough attorney. We voted for this borough attorney. The borough attorney, I'm not the borough attorney, I'm sorry, the employment litigator does not work, is not our normal lawyer. Eric Bernstein's our normal lawyer. This was somebody that we don't work with too often. He reports to Eric Bernstein. He reports to Eric Bernstein, absolutely. But I think I've reviewed the report. I've reviewed reports like this in the past. It was a thorough report. I think there was some cherry picking going on here. There's some serious things in this report. I kept this censure very top line summary for that reason. I wanted to provide the council today the opportunity to read this report, and they opted not to do it. I I don't think that it was a sham. I don't think it was something that was done with some kind of a slant. The councilmen that were particularly interviewed here, which in this case was Councilman Sexton, was because of a specific incident that he was in the room on. This hasn't had anything to do with generalities. This was a very specific set of issues that came to pass. So this wasn't, let's do a character reference. Let's talk about people, or let's talk about generalities. This was very specific. It was very clear that there were specific people involved in it. That was the basis of the investigation. So I think it was an objective assessment. It's unfortunate that it happened. And unfortunately, part of what I'm hearing right now is part of the problem. And I've seen it before. Nobody has a problem. Nobody's done anything wrong. Everything's okay. That's not the case. It's not the case. So I'm not particularly fond, nor do I particularly care for these kind of situations, but I'm not going to walk away from them or look the other way. And I haven't. And that's it. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is council report.
Council report. So I'll kick it off here with. Give me a second here. Okay. First dated fire reports for the operational period ending September 28th, 2022. The squad responded to 32 daily calls and 12 night calls for a total of 44. 32 were medical, 12 were for fire calls. The squad provided medical coverage for the local summer event at the beach, the Latin Park Festival in Riley Park, and the Kaleidoscope of Hope Walk. The squad provided mutual aid twice. Ocean Grove, the squad conducted 2 training drills for the safety and education of membership. The squad requested no mutual aid for the operational period and fulfilled 100% of their assignments. For the fire department, for the same operational period, the department responded to 12 calls. Responded to 12 requests for department. The department is proud to have been asked to participate in the New Jersey Make-A-Wish Foundation granting of firefighter Antonio Cardoza wished to be a firefighter. He is 8 years old and has been battling end-stage kidney disease. He was officially sworn into Passaic Fire Department yesterday by Passaic Department Chief Patrick Trenticos. The Department Chief Kelly Hageman, along with over 100 other firefighters and chiefs, presented Antonin with our department patch and a proclamation from Mayor Fox, making him an honorary member of the Bradley Beach Fire Department. Deputy Chief Zach presented him one of the 3 T-shirts and welcomed him to the fire service and told him how he is now a part of the worldwide family of firefighters and welcome to stop by our firehouse anytime he wants. That's pretty cool. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilman Givatosi.
The Sylvan Lake Commission is actually meeting this evening, well, they're probably done by now, but they had a 7 o'clock meeting today. I obviously could not join them. But they're collaborating actually with our Shade Tree Commission to evaluate what can be done for the trees that are endangered around Sylvan Lake. I mentioned in the last council meeting that they also have been notified that they've got a grant award of $144,000, which they'll be able to use to begin developing the design phase of restoration of Sylvan Lake. Fletcher Lake, I was not able to make the meeting this month, but the chair of that commission told me that, and maybe the mayor can confirm this, that the Bradley Beach Borough has agreed to reimburse for the benches that were removed from Fletcher Lake. I think there were 14 benches. So the borough will be reimbursing, and building those benches. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilman Sexton.
I'd just like to start off by echoing Councilman Bennell, excuse me, Councilman Bennell, with the Make-A-Wish story that he's presented, because I didn't know anything about that until I was actually watching the news last night and saw Chief Hagerman interviewed on Channel 4. So that is in fact very cool. And thank you to the Bradley Beach Fire Department for making this little boy's wish come true. For the police activity report, police activity since the last meeting, a subject was arrested for theft of services. Another individual was arrested for obstruction and littering, and police apprehended a young adult that was seen spray painting graffiti on Memorial Drive. He was linked to several other criminal mischief incidents in Belmar, Avon, and Neptune City. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Councilman Weber.
Okay, mine's gonna be different. The most people that I've ever seen in this room, it was probably back in 2006 or 2007, because there was a proposal from up here to change our zoning to allow 6-story buildings on Main Street. 6 stories. People freaked out, rightly so, and there was more people than I've ever seen in this room. And I distinctly remember the mayor saying, well, there's not an actual plan to build 6-story buildings. It's just, we want to change the zoning just in case. Shortly thereafter, somebody that had a business on Main Street was actually found with architectural drawings of 6-story buildings on Main Street, and they were shopping it around to other people on Main Street saying, look what we can have, look at this, this would be great. Needless to say, that didn't change. The people prevailed. We didn't change our zoning. So that's just sort of a bit of, we've seen this movie before. When they say there's no plan, that's when I get worried that there might be a plan, because this actually happened here. On to a different movie that we've seen before, regarding some of these allegations tonight. In 2019, which was a council election year, there were allegations made against 2 council people, and a lawsuit was filed. This was just months before an election. We moved on, we had the election, and the people of Bradley Beach, I think, saw through it and returned Councilman Bonnell and myself to our offices up here. So I think we're 3 years on from that, but I think the people of Bradley Beach are still pretty smart, and they will see through things for what they are. Now for the good stuff in the report, the great events that we've had in Bradley Beach. Today, I was not there, but an organization called A Busload of Books visited the Bradley Beach Elementary School today. They are going to every state in the country, and Bradley Beach was the only school that they visited in New Jersey. Maybe this is, and the school like competitively applied for this. I wouldn't call it a grant, but they made the case for their school. Maybe it's because our school doesn't have a library. So this busload of books came, and all the kids got books, and it was more than just about books. The people running this organization and running the bus, literally, they're authors and illustrators. They write books, they make books. The kids got to make books. It sounds like a great event. Also at the school, this was going back more than a week, but Mexican Independence Day. They had a great celebration at the school that evening. The PTA and the local businesses should be really proud, because they just put on a great event that was really well attended at the school for Mexican Independence Day. And then of course we had Latin Fest here in Riley Park, which was a wonderful event, great band. Wish I could have caught more of it. For the Shade Tree Commission, we heard a great report tonight. I just want to add that the volunteers of the Shade Tree Commission will be doing a planting on October 8th. Now I don't even know if that's Saturday or Sunday, whatever, but it's October 8th, and it's 9 a.m. They have plans to plant 28 trees. Again, just kind of keeping on that cadence of doing that, about that many. And I will say that, the limiting factor seems to be, it's really volunteers. It's how many volunteers we have to help plant the trees. Of course, our DPW digs the holes and does a ton of stuff that day. But I will say that for the trees themselves, that comes out of the trust fund that George talked about, and it's not tax dollars spent on the trees themselves. It comes from the trust fund. And so that's a good thing, but certainly the town contributes. It's a great day. If you want to help plant trees on October 8th, talk to myself, talk to George, talk to Jane. We're all here, and I do hope to see some of you there. And that is my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few things. First, it's election season and I hope everyone's eligible will participate this year in the election. There will be an important non-binding referendum on the ballot, question on the 319 Marine Avenue church property. Some people got further education through the survey process this summer. And we are going to put out an additional frequently asked question facts kind of a document prior to sometime in October, so that people have asked that for that, and we will provide that. I won't overcover the Make-A-Wish, but it was I wasn't aware that the Make-A-Wish Foundation was located in Monroe. I attended that ceremony yesterday. It was very touching, and Chief Hageman and Deputy Chief Secretary did a nice job, so I appreciated that. There is a fire company fish fry on October 7th. Please support that. That's one of the big fundraisers. The fall festival this Sunday we have canceled because of the weather, the anticipated weather. So maybe in lieu of that, we're going to try to set up some kind of contribution process for some of the hard hit hurricane victims, primarily in Florida. We're trying to work through that right now. My next Connect Quench meeting is October 6th. We've shifted the date down. It's getting a little bit dark to 5:30. All are welcome to that. October 16th, we have a Mayor's Wellness Walk. It's a Sunday at 1 p.m. Hopefully we'll get it done before football starts, or just around when it starts. Ask you to participate if you can. Two other things we mentioned, the Latin Fest. I think it was a big success for kind of the first year we really promoted it. And York Avenue, we started a beautification project last year by cleaning up the curbs, cleaning up the planting strip, cleaning up the road. We put down some sod on the south side of the 500 block. We just completed that beautification project by planting 8 trees, I think last week. So hopefully within the next few years, we'll really see a significant improvement in that block from any number of angles. So I'm optimistic that that plan looks very, very good. I just want to comment one more time that this has been a difficult meeting in a number of ways. I mentioned a number of issues in our last meeting. Respect for our professionals and our employees is tantamount to me. It has to happen. So I want to continue to bring that point home. A censorship process is not something I relish, but I did not believe that this message was getting through, and we had to take action. So this is serious stuff. It's not laughable, and it's something I take very serious. So let's continue to try to assess how we operate as a borough. Something I mentioned a couple weeks ago about misinformation and gaslighting on social media continues to happen. It's very unfortunate and unacceptable to say the least. And what continues to frustrate me is that when you talk about people's careers and professional reputations, I'm not sure we all I think need to take stock what that looks like and how we operate. That's my report, and we'll now open it to public comments. All right. Yes. Public comment. So I just that public comment. Sorry.
Donna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I'm very disturbed about this, obviously, as everyone else is in the room. I think this is a travesty. It's a sham. It's a condemnation of character. I applaud Mr. Gupatosi for being so calm and so respectful in the process. During Mr. Gupatosi's words, our borough attorney left the room. Our borough administrator saw that, then followed, and then our chief of police was about to follow too. Really?
Oh,
It appeared you were about to leave.
Parents,
In the midst, just saying what I saw, in the and then proceeded to
Please,
take
John,
the borough
please address your
administrator's seat.
comments. Please address your comments.
Proceeded to take the borough administrator's seat and kind of sit there until the borough administrator came back and when he vacated, sat in the seat. I find it disrespectful, very disrespectful. Not only that, you walked out of the room while Mr. Gubitosi was speaking. This is his reputation. When you talk about a reputation with gaslighting and social media, this is about reputation.
Went to get a piece of paper. I was gone for 10 seconds.
Okay,
I could hear everything you
but
said.
it's a matter of respect. I wouldn't sit there and look at my phone and read my phone while I'm in the middle of a meeting. I would show the respect to the people who are speaking. I understand. Yeah.
Even with employee, this affects,
I do not.
you don't, right?
I do not,
So
but,
there's a
but-
management response that must occur.
okay,
when unorthodox things are happening.
oh,
So
well.
without
you can
full knowledge,
say-
it's
Right,
very,
no,
it's disrespectful to assume that we're being disrespectful,
Well, you
right?
just walked out of the room, so since you know that we don't know, what are we supposed to assume? And what is this, you know? we
Why, I
can't-
don't know why you're saying the word.
Well, because you stormed out of the room, you actually made an explanation that,
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
Because
so
I had to react to
clearly
stuff.
this was all disturbing. But
was
the
very
way this all went down with Mr. Gubitosi, to be condemned and to be publicly censured, without him, having all of the information, without him having the ability to digest it, the ability to defend himself, that is not the way the law works. I find the timing of this to be very suspect. I question the facts that this is so disturbing to the mayor, but not this whole Oprah lying Larry thing. Why then was it not considered to censure Mr. Sexsmith and whoever else actually who he enabled to use his computer? Has that been investigated? No idea. There doesn't seem to be any kind of discussion from the mayor about this whole issue with the whole Oprah. We now have an Oprah attorney that we spend money to, and, to deal with all of these Oprah requests. So it's costing the borough a lot more money because of this whole issue. Why Mr. Sexsmith had the need to put himself out there so someone else can communicate with an email that says lying Larry. I mean, that's so disparaging to you, Mr. Mayor. Why is it not disturbing? I think there's something more to this. I do. I think there's something more to this. And I think that it's creating a division within the community. You have addressed all of us about social media, about disparaging people, and about council. First of all, I'd like to ask, so the employees of the borough are protected? Are council members protected? I mean, how fair was this to do this to Mr. Gubitosi in an election period? How fair was this? I mean, I hope that it sends a message to the residents about the character of what's behind this, what's happening. And no, I don't know. It's not
I
public.
think
It's
you're gonna
not,
find out.
it's not for me to know.
Public
And how about Mr. Saxon? How about addressing that issue? It has disturbed, he was about to resign.
Ma'am,
He gets
my
up and walks
purview-
out. of
my
the
purview
meeting.
here-
I'm just saying the things that are on my mind. You don't necessarily have to sit here and answer it, but these are the questions that the community is asking. And if you want to talk about turnover, is it really about harassment that all of these individuals had left the borough? Could it be the way the borough is running? Could it be the division that exists? That's not only the cause of Mr. Gubitosi or Mr. Bennell or Mr. Weber. I mean, why did the last BA leave? He had another opportunity. Did he? Maybe there was something else. I don't know. Okay, I think the turnover is a reflection of the governance. And I think, you're separating yourself from the governance when you're talking and addressing this to the whole community about how people are treated.
Time's up. Time's up. I'm not separating myself from anybody. I took responsibility. for-
Well,
Your time's up, but I'm just trying to say, I took responsibility and have taken responsibility for trying to address these issues. Thank you.
Steve, this woman was way behind.
Cinco, 507 Fifth. I just wanted to clarify that what I heard our attorney say, our borough attorney say, is that the so-called facts pertaining to Councilman Gubitosi, that the public is not entitled to them. Is that correct?
So all employee information is confidential, and there was an executive session scheduled tonight that was canceled, and then you saw the discussion that ensued.
Okay,
So the normal procedures would be to deliver that report to the supervisors of the town. There'd be a recommendation in there, and they would discuss that with the attorneys, and it would be placed in, personnel files and made big or directives or whatever the recommendation is to stop the conflict within the building that's leading to liability would be investigated, determined, and then instructions would be given for a management response.
okay, and.
I can tell you that the report did not say having a public debate here at the meeting was the management response.
Right, now, I wasn't asking for a public, whether it said public debate, I was asking, does the public ever get to know what happened behind the scenes, or is that just left
No.
up to the council? No, never.
Employee, the paramount concern here and why I am not happy tonight, you usually see me here smiling
Many of
and
us.
joking with you all, is that the employees' rights are paramount.
Mhm.
Not his right, not his wrong, not his up for election, not what the timing is. The employees' rights are paramount to protect your tax dollars. If you Google
Mhm.
New Jersey public employment lawsuit, and one of them will come up from here very recently, and you will see how much money it costs when we do not address these things properly.
Okay, and then, Mr. Mayor, you, just correct me if I'm wrong, did you say that you had given the reports to the council this evening and they chose not to read it? Am I correct?
No,
And what
what I
was
said was we had an executive session scheduled.
Okay.
In that conference room there is the report, which everybody
Okay.
had the opportunity to read. They opted not to have that session.
And did they give you, oh, they just opted not, they didn't give you a reason. I came in late, I
We
apologize.
did
Came in
not
at 7.
know what the report was in there, and a 17-page report would have been very difficult to digest in whatever time was allotted in that session.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm Steve Bosworth, 100 Ocean Avenue. I've lived in this town for 40 years. I've been involved tangentially with government, political matters in this town for a long time. It's a sad day for me. I like that. Very sorry if his treatment of one of our employees was hostile. Equally as important, as I look at this council, there's a history of this, of hostility toward employees. Two of our council people were sued a couple of years ago, and the matter was settled. And our insurance company had to pay money to the plaintiff. And now, when I look at this in its totality, I think we can do better. We need to do better as a town. You all need to do better as you are elected officials. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, I really hope I'm last. Linda Curtis, no? No. Oh, then I'll sit down and go. Linda Curtis, 202 Third. October 7th, 1982, the Bradley Food Pantry assisted the first family. And on October 7th, 2022, we will celebrate 40 years of doing that. And I really hoped that would be one of the last things said tonight, so we could all celebrate how wonderful this town is. That you all have worked with us for 40 years to allow us to help those who don't have enough. And that's why I wanted to go last. Well, I was going to end talking about food pantry, but I won't, just for time. So you're right, Mary Backstrom, 218 Fourth. Thank you.
Before you start, Mary, this is comments.
Comment, this is comments.
Right.
That's
If
what
you
I'm
have a
gonna do.
question you want to direct.
No questions,
business
no
administrator,
comments.
We'll be
I mean,
happy
just
to,
comments, so.
we'll be happy to address
No.
that after the
Let me
fact.
s-
Yep.
So from a corporate perspective, and I've run other corporations, so I know corporate speak, this has been a poor process.
And whatever you said about, you guys, all five of you up there are collectively responsible for, you don't have to get along, you don't have to agree, but the stuff that happens up there, and by the way, Al should have had the right to say something. I have to be honest with you, I'm not gonna mention names, somebody in the neighborhood who's not here, and I don't think that person ever attends meetings, told me something about this harassment issue a couple of weeks ago. I don't even know if it's true. I don't want to know. It's none of my business. Well, it didn't come from Al. I mean, where did it come from? I'm just telling you, Mayor, that there's leaks. And that's not good for any of us, right? I take the topic of harassment very seriously. I've been harassed. And it's not a good thing. But Tim, dude, when you're writing on your Facebook over the last couple of days, karma's a bitch and say no to assholery and all this stuff, and then you're smiling as I'm not trying to attack it. I'm just saying the optics are poor. The optics are poor. It's not an election year. It's like an election month at this point. And if this investigation went on so long, why is it coming up now? I mean, the optics are poor, and it's been a poor process, and that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I would agree that the process, and I'm also come out of corporate America. This process was extremely long. It's onerous, and it lacks some of the transparency you would see in other places. I can't agree with you more. I can tell you, though, that I will say categorically that Sexsmith did not have any report on this. So I'm not sure. I don't look at Facebook. I'm not sure what you said, but just not the case. At least didn't get it from me. And I know the few people that have it that are in official capacity. So I'm just not sure where that came from. So that's all I can say on that. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jim Temple is first. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Jack Temple, 103 4th Avenue. Mr. Gupitosi, Councilman Gupitosi, was duly elected as a councilman. His job is to protect the people of this township. And he's actually compelled to look at numbers and find out where they came from, how they were developed. I mean, if it's contentious that he's doing that, well, I congratulate him for it. We need somebody there to investigate where these numbers come from, why they're there. And I think he has done a superb job. And I'm fully supportive of Mr. Gupitosi.
Yes.
Julie Titus, 605 North Avenue. I have to say that I'm absolutely appalled at what transpired tonight. Mayor Fox, you say you're a corporate person. Well, I happen to be an HR manager and been in talent acquisition my entire career. So you're talking 30+ years. You would have been fired for your antics tonight. Number one, Mr. Cannon was right. You have to protect people, but it's not only protecting the employees, it's also protecting the confidentiality that has gone on here. And obviously this has been a sham and a scam. Okay. If what we're hearing that you already had this letter, how long ago that you were going to do this, it's just by coincidence that Mr. Gupitosi has decided to run for council. Now, all of a sudden we're going after him. It's a disgrace, your behavior. And you as the leader of this town should be ashamed of yourself, of what you have put every single resident through, what every single person on this council has been put through, what everybody in the administration has been put through. You should be ashamed of yourself. You really should. Now, this is my time. You don't get to comment. And again, coming from corporate, I know you don't respect me and have made mockingly comments about my career. Yeah, well, no, it's true.
No,
And here's my thing.
sorry, it's not.
Okay.
Keep going.
Well, we'll have another conversation about that. But here's my thing, because now we're all in these lies and this and that. Who here is open to a polygraph test? How about we do that? Let's settle a public polygraph test once and for all. But again, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to say is that you should be ashamed of yourself
Mr. Sexsmith, you should be ashamed of yourself. I had so much respect for you. That has gone by the wayside with the Lion Larry and everything, and your posts that you put on your Facebook. Shame on you too. You were all here supposed to work for Bradley Beach, and the two of you, okay, have left out these 3 council members and have been divisive, and you have been dividing this town left and right. So, and everything you say about everybody gets back to everybody. And I'll give you another example about chaos and dividing. Last council meeting over the senior center, it was brought up that the police, that we had a resident saying the police weren't there, and Mr. Bennell was lying, he was lying. You all sat there and you knew what the truth was, that the police were called in, but you didn't stop it. You did not stop the madness.
I never said that.
Yeah, you said it. You just sat there in silence and you didn't say a word. Instead of protecting Mr. Bennell, you said nothing and you knew what the truth was. Yeah, we'll go to the video. Let's go to the video.
I think so.
No, nobody said.
Nobody
anything.
said it. Acorn call.
Oh,
Yes, you did.
yes, you did.
Wow.
And everybody, and Mr. Bennell, was again, it's the divisiveness. And it's just giving little bits and pieces. And again, shame on you too. Shame on anybody who's involved in it. And you're trying to destroy a good person. I don't want to see anybody destroyed here. And this nonsense has got to stop. I made a comment months ago about we need to do better in this town. And it starts with you, Mr. Mayor. You are the leader. And if you were at J&J, you would be fired right now because of your behavior of this. You have jeopardized the town. This should have not have been discussed, and it should not have been brought to the attention like this. So now you have opened us up for a lawsuit. So again, let's stop the madness, please, and let's all just stop it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just leave it, I'll leave my comments. On that, but I take my responsibility very seriously. At Johnson & Johnson, where I worked, I wouldn't have been fired. Thank you. Yes.
Rich Deskins, 600 Fifth Avenue. I promise I'll go 11 to 11. The only thing I'll say on that, the US in charge and the power that you hold as mayor, I wish you had found a different way to resolve what issues are going on between the council people and the employees.
I would agree with you on that.
Here's a quick. The main reason I came up here is we all have learned the importance of workshops. And I don't think anybody disagrees on that. It's a wonderful thing that we started to get a lot done. What I criticize is having small time slots put in with our council meetings. With council meetings, and we're having a workshop. I think that you should have those different days. And in addition to that, for the public, like the council, some of the council people have criticized the process of them not getting information on things that they're going to be talking about and voting. It's the same thing here with the public. We get to see, there's a workshop discussion. One is short-term rental ordinance, one is continued relaxation of enforcement of the tents. I thought that meant tents on the beach. And then there's another one, a change in zoning rules, allowing garage apartments. And it would be really nice to have some backup information to put online with some information on that, so that we can go perhaps research ourselves what is going on about that, to come in and make more have more valued questions for people. So I highly recommend you do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mayor, I'm glad you used this example of the Manasquan Hotel. I was a councilman in Manasquan when the RFP was approved for the developer to build that. It's actually a condominium.
1997.
Yeah, it's actually a condominium. The restaurant's owned by one person and the inn is owned by somebody else. They got major parking variances for that. And the developer also built condominiums behind it. And that was a trade for him renovating the Provident Bank building and moving the council chambers and police department over there. So there's a little question about the success of that building. The restaurant does very well, but the inn, maybe not so much. But it is a very nice looking building and I'm sure it functions fine. But it's that's how it was done. It was developed through an RFP with planning board and council approval. I did want to just say, you know, this is interesting. It's like Yogi Berra says, like deja vu all over again. It was September 5th, 2019, where the Co-Star presented the article about the administrator suing two councilmen. Councilman Weber was correct. The public did see through that. You're about 18 days after that. So you only have 42 days to the election. That was printed 60 days before the election. It's embarrassing and it really should have never happened. But you presented it this way. And the reason you did is because for you, it's politics over people. This is bad for the employee and it's bad for Councilman Gubitosi. And as a former councilman, I'd like to know why he wasn't rice noticed. He's an employee, he gets a check for about $4,000 a year. Where was the rice notice?
2,000.
Oh, 2,000. But it's just unfortunate. You're handling this to hand this out without giving everyone in the public that document 48 hours in advance is simply wrong. And I do want to compliment our attorney, Mr. Cannon. You know, we've gone over this whole executive session thing together, and we still need to have that lunch. But in this case, I want to thank you for standing up for the fact that the notice was incorrect. It has to state the time. And it was wrong again. And, you know, I keep sending drafts. So I'm hoping we're going to get this right, Mr. Cannon. But thank you very much for your questions.
Anyone else? Yeah.
You know, I might still have more fun. I won't waste my.
Thank you. Jim Shipshed. What's happening? I had the pleasure of working with Councilman Gubitosi fairly extensively over the last few years in connection with four particular issues. One, the restoration of Sylvan Lake. Two, several upgrades of the Bradley Beach Maritime Authority, including the renaming in honor of our former great mayor, Julie Schreck. Strategic plan and the sewer analysis. And in my professional experience in corporate America, in the external affairs area, I've dealt with lots and lots of elected officials. Very few that I've dealt with have the qualities that I have seen in Albert Gubitosi, of his thoughtfulness, his persistent in his persistence of intelligent questioning and integrity. And for all of those reasons, I was shocked when I thought what this censure was related to. And the only conclusion I could reach is it has to be in some way politically motivated. And right out of the classic playbook for things like this, including what John Weber alluded to, is guilty by accusation. And then you're left to try to defend yourself. That's a classic. And it's clear to me that the accusations have no veracity, and that just like what happened in the other case, even though it's pretty close to election time, this is going to backfire. And again, I'm thankful to Councilman Gubitosi for all the work that he's done in trying to make this a better place. And if he's guilty of one thing, it's this persistent, intelligent questioning, because obviously what he starts to get into, which is why what I voted for him as a councilman is what we're expecting him to do. And yes, it can be disruptive of other agendas. Yes, it complicates life. And if the answer to that problem of somebody like Aldo Bertosi is to elect rubber stamps that can ratify whatever the agenda is of the mayor, etc., then that's certainly not the type of councilman that I would be supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley Avenue. The definition of distraction, a thing that prevents someone from giving full attention to something else. So because I would like to trust in our borough day-to-day operations and in our local elections, I will continue to inquire about how Tom Gavin has been certified to run for council. The requirements say the candidate, quote, must also be a resident of the borough for at least 1 year. I would be able to put this behind me had he resided here and then left temporarily to renovate. But Tom Gavin hasn't lived in Bradley Beach for approximately the last 14 years. He lived in Shrewsbury since 2008 and then Belmar in 2021 until just 3 to 4 months ago. In June, where he finally received a certificate of occupancy here in Bradley Beach. The details of my question keep getting replaced with the certification letter stating that the clerk has examined borough records to confirm residence. I would like to know what borough records have been examined to confirm this, as the county and state depend on the local municipality to do all the detailed work. The definition of residence, the place where one actually lives. Legal residence means a person's domicile. A person may have only one legal residence. It is generally where his or her family actually resides. I have been accused of being a distraction within this community, but I'd like to point out that with my so-called distraction, there are proofs. This is not personal. There are rules for a reason, and I'm asking to just wait your turn. Since I only keep receiving the letter in response to my question, I am now here publicly inquiring to our borough clerk what detail was examined to determine Tom Gavin's residency for the past year for him to run for council.
I'll answer that.
Thank
This is comments.
No, he said he'd answer. Mr. Shannon, please.
That's that. Sure, Greg, go.
So according to the records of the Long County Superintendent of Elections and the voter rolls that are here at the borough and at the county and certified by the clerk, Mr. Gavin voted in Bradley Beach in the last election here.
Not the voting part.
No, so I don't think you're understanding. So there are people, right, so Mr. Gavin claimed primary residency here. Apparently had to have a driver's license and all sorts of stuff to get on the voter roll, right? And that's the standard here at the
Well,
borough.
that's the standard.
But you're cutting me off. You're not letting me finish the
Okay,
answer.
finish.
I mean, all night you've been yelling at me, honestly, so I'm sorry.
But
I
I've
just got
asked
short
the
of it.
question and I keep getting the letter and the.
But you won't let me answer it.
Well, the residence part, please.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. The clerk's ministerial duty is to check the voter roll and to check with the superintendent of elections to see if the person is a duly registered voter and whether there are indicia of residency. That's the clerk's ministerial duty. Title 19 says that someone like you, who's been challenging Mr. Gavin's residency for about a month, by my count, has the ability to file a lawsuit with the Superior Court to investigate whether Mr. Gavin's indicia of residency that is checked here at the borough is factually accurate or not. You could put the candidate under oath, there can be depositions, there's discovery, and all the factual issues that you're talking about will be resolved. The time for those challenges to be filed has passed, notwithstanding that you keep emailing the clerk.
I emailed her
Every
once,
day,
by the
every
way.
month.
I emailed her once, by the way,
Okay. In any event,
once.
okay, in any event, the clerk's duty is done and no one has challenged Mr. Gavin's residency factually in accordance with the statutory deadlines, of which multiple challengers who contacted the clerk during that time period were informed that that was the next step. That's it. The borough's job is done. The clerk has performed her duty and no challengers have come forward anywhere other than this microphone or via email. And that's not the process under Title 19. So the answer to your question as to why Mr. Gavin is to run for council is because he claimed primary residence in this borough for more than 1 year. And well, but you didn't challenge that in court, man, and it's over.
So I have to trust the elections. I have to trust day-to-day operations
No, if
here.
you have a
Which
right,
this
if you.
was not done
If
properly.
you have a right that you believe is being violated, as about 12 people contacted the clerk's office
Yeah,
for a
that's
month,
always
last
the
month.
answer. Go to court. We
Well, it's
the
not an
people
easy
get
answer, it's
to
written in
challenge.
statute.
We get to challenge things. We get to ask questions. Okay, our tax dollars pay for these employees to do a job.
Did we answer
I'm
your
asking
question
for-
there?
No,
Did I just answer your question
no,
now?
you didn't answer the details of the
Okay.
residency. It's always goes back to the voter registration.
Well, I think.
And his driver's license and being domiciled, he was not here.
You'll agree that though, whether he is domiciled here is a factual issue, correct?
No, you know what I know? You know what I know is that 3
Not the
councilmen
statute.
up here want to be replaced. And they're desperate to look for someone to replace them. That's what I know. And they are looking for people to replace these 3
I think that's
councilmen.
what election is, but yeah.
Oh, and I'm supposed to trust that too.
I'm a councilman, people run to replace me every 4 years. I'm not sure that that has anything to do.
Yeah, it
with
has
the-
everything to do. People talk. Don't
If
forget.
there's a statutory, well, the answer to your question is statutory procedure and legally the matter is closed. I don't know if you accept, you obviously don't accept it. I think we can move on. I don't know. That's all I have.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I now understand why there was no attachment to download on the last resolution on the agenda. How embarrassing, underhanded, and sneaky, and unacceptable. I'm like an idiot, constantly going to my computer, clicking to see if something's here. Shame on me. Mr. Gubertosi, please represent me for life. I want to point out that the agenda, item number 9, says public comments. It does not say the mayor speaks. It says the same thing on number 15, public comments. Does not say the mayor speaks, and I would like to say that according to our ordinances, the mayor is the moderator of the meeting, not the borough attorney. That being said, at last week's meeting, well, I also want to make a point for the second time tonight, that the people on Zoom do not know who is here. In addition, there was somebody sitting next to Dr. Pepper. I have no idea who that was. So once again, you're insulting and dismissing the residents and the public. And this is how we get here, because you don't care about the residents. That being said, last week, Mr. Cohen inquired for these public comments and questions. And then it was stated by the CEO that he does not withhold information. These are things that I believe have been withheld. Beginning 2020, I've been waiting to hear about what amenities are at the emergency center, what I can bring, who I can bring with me, what are the rules. December 31st, 2020, I was stopped. March 21st, or March 2021, I was told the ramps would be installed by that beach season. I know at some point, Mr. Sexsmith agreed in the civilian and professional reviews of events, man-made and people created. All I hear is, oh, Land Trust is wonderful. What does that mean? Where's the P&L? Every event, man-made or not, we need to know. And it is disgusting to me how these things are just overlooked because you don't think we have the right. Well, you know what? I don't want to sit here and waste taxpayer money by opening this information. should be forthcoming with it, and how we could have a Latin Fest and make us choose between Asbury and Belmar on their festival days that are planned a year in advance. Really? Does that show that we're paying competent people? I think not. I've been waiting to hear when law enforcement's gonna step up to the plate and start enforcing laws. Who tonight, where you're asking for people to be respectful, actually called this body. And in general, at other times, that we are without decorum. Is that the behavior you want from your chief, quote, law enforcement? I would find that to be embarrassing and play the tape, it's right on there. I don't understand why the laws aren't enforced. Every day this week, I've been sitting in Darkie, watching the dogs, watching the cops in the little orange thing, ignoring the dogs. It's not August 1st. I believe the website says August 1st. I mean, October 1st, sorry. I do see we finally can log into public Wi-Fi. That's quite an improvement. How many months did that take to get up there? I also noticed on the agendas lately, there's no option for email comments. What, like, can't people email and have their comments read? Perhaps they can't be here and can't Zoom. Are they, again, are our citizens worthless? That certainly is the way we're treated. And it's been since January 1st, 2021. And I don't understand why one would enter public service if you don't want to serve the public, being we the people, not me. I also would like to understand why it's withheld. I've asked this before. What happened to all the stuff from COVID? Are we ready for another emergency? Where are the laptops? Where's the PPE? You're talking potential storms. Okay, well, maybe eventually I'll find out where all our belongings will be paid for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cindy Lukendo, 218 Fort. Wow. Forgive my French, but this is an utter shit show. Al, I commend you. You've upheld what a person in office should do. Randy, you can be chastised to the end of days. Thank you for at least trying to communicate and open the eyes to what's going on here. John, I want to believe that you want to do the right thing. I want to see you stand up more and more and not flip-flop. Tim, there are no words. I'm sorry. The fact that you almost had a backbone, stood up to resign, but then cowered down just to do an act, ridiculous. Whomever you gave access to, or whomever in your lapse of judgment, you walked away from your computer and somebody mysteriously started emailing all these emails, shame on you. Again, similar to what Julie said, you would be fired as well. You in no way, shape, or form represent me. You do not represent this town. We just moved here 16 months ago. I think I might have to think about going back to Delaware. Okay, I know. I can work for the beach. Mayor Fox, I want nothing from you but to succeed. That's all I want for you.
Appreciate that.
Unfortunately, you need to go to school. Whatever you may have learned in the corporate world, and trust me, I've been in the corporate world for 20, 30 years. My wife's been in the world for 20, 30 years. We've seen it, heard it, done it, experienced it. We've known all about these types of lawsuits. We know all about these innuendos. I've lived every side of it in the world of operations. Nobody wins. You don't have the decency or perhaps the capability to sit there as a mayor and lead or guide or look to whoever here is up on this podium speaking to you. You're scribbling, you're dialing, you're getting up, you're right. Everything that everybody said here has been true. And it's been honestly, it's not even, it's just disappointing. It absolutely is utterly disappointing. Bradley Beach is still one of the small beach havens left on the Jersey Shore.
Everybody's trying to fight to keep it that way. Okay, you may think you have all the answers. Nobody has all the answers. You always often say that people need to be professional, or you always go or lean to the professionals. We are all professionals. We are all subject matter experts in something in our life, and we all have something that we could bring to the table here. Okay, it starts with you. You cannot like this, you cannot like, it starts with your behavior. Just like a parent to a child, it's what you bestow upon. Kim, I'm sorry, you're not much better. Okay, you keep coming up here saying, I've done beach towns, I've done beach towns, I've done beach towns, I love this little beach town, this is so great. You know what? Listen to the people. Instead of sitting in central friggin' or perfect earth with Lenny, with John Maples, every morning, sometimes between 8 and 10. I find half of you people in central, in the perk. Why? We're paying you to work. I'm not paying you to go have coffee and talk shit about everybody else in this town. I'm not. Mayor Fox, I appreciate it. You wanna put your support behind Tim, behind Deb, behind Tom, that's great. But don't come into my face and tell me, you know who I want sitting next to me are these two and Tim and Mary. Don't tell me you're not campaigning if that's the case. Tom, I like you. You're a good neighbor. You can look at me. We've had talks, love your house, it's beautiful. You know there's trials and tribulations. We both know the truth. You have not resided, moved in to your house until June of this year. I applaud it. That's fine. You were there every day with Wayne. I know your contractor. I know you watched it every day. Didn't mean you lived there. I get it. And I applaud you for wanting to do this because this is nothing but nasty. This is nothing but nasty. Okay? So God bless if you want to do it. People that ask me to, and I've been on board before. No, thank you. But you do have the ability to say and stand up truthfully. I'm not disputing that. You probably are a valid voter or that you switched everything, but you did not live and sleep in your house until June. We both know that to be true because I live 2 blocks from you and I've seen you every day walking our dogs. Deb, like you too, we chat all the time. It hurt my heart when I heard something that you said on a ringer. Just hold on. Whether it was, and I don't think it was intentional from you. I think I were fair on you, but I do think you owe the David an apology after my time. So honestly, I know my 5 minutes are up. Erica, you're doing a great job. Thank you. This is horrible for you. I apologize. I applaud you.
Try.
Thank you. I want, like Willie said, everybody get better. Kim, you seem to run this town. We did not vote for you. He hired you. So we expect you to work for him and you to work for us. That's all we're asking. Be open, be honest. Don't come knocking on my door, trying to convince me of something. I'm friendly to everybody. I believe everybody has a chance and everybody can make mistakes. We are not infallible people. And it's okay to say, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'll get it back to you. That's all we want as a town here, from everybody. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Can I defend my doorbell?
Do you have a comment?
A comment.
You have to
Yes.
stand and give your
Because-
name,
This is,
comment, please.
it's a comment. And I would face everybody.
No.
Okay, Deborah Brunel, 401 Fifth Avenue.
Yes.
26 years ago, I looked at that house on 4th Avenue. And it was sad. There was medical equipment everywhere in the room. But the thing that I noticed was there was a fireplace that had the ground painted in the worst shade of brown I've ever seen. No offense to the Davidsons, they hadn't bought a thing. 10 or 15 years later, the house went up for sale again. I went in at an estate sale and voila, the house was renovated, but the fireplace was still the same. And it was sad, in my opinion, because it was a beautiful fireplace that somebody on a very boring day must have painted all the ground. So Tom and I are standing on the porch, the door's wide open, and I go, oh my God, they painted the fireplace. It was a compliment. It was not an insult, but everybody took it out of context. I'm not on Facebook. You get to defend myself, but I will tell the Davidsons publicly. I was complimenting your fireplace, not insulting you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Jane Gunkel, 612 Third Avenue. I do want to say this is a very disturbing night, not only for my dear friend and running mate, Al Gubitosi, but for this community as a whole. Al is a man with a giant heart. He would do anything for anyone. He's also pretty darn smart. He's a CPA and has a Juris Doctorate degree, which also means he passed the bar. Al asks a lot of questions. He talks a lot too, and he asks more questions. But he does this for the benefit of the residents. In fact, he reduced the budget by over $300,000. And that's just the beginning of all the things he does, because Al cares about us. He cares about the residents. Al serves us. And it's time that we rally around Councilman Gubitosi and question publicly the origination of these accusations and why now. I just want to say, I look forward to serving this borough alongside Councilman Al Gubitosi. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I know it's late, and I wasn't gonna come up, Barker County 216 Brinley, but I'm gonna become part of the rally. I think. I used to love living here, but for the past couple of years, the political games and some very power-hungry political individuals have made me think twice about the friendliness of this small town. Sick feeling knowing that our mayor and his inner circle have made life pretty miserable for 3 of our hardworking councilmen. Some of you will think I'm up here to defend a friend, which I am, but I'm worried about my town too. What kind of mayor won't let councilmen talk to town employees? The councilmen are asking too many questions about accepted budgets, budgets for salaries and wages. They are posting too frequently to social media, trying to keep residents informed. They demand Zoom access for residents, so more of us can participate in council meetings. These sound like good council person activities to most residents. That is the council's job, isn't it, to serve the residents? Mr. Mayor, you have said that you always need to support your employees. How about supporting the residents? The people who elected you and pay those employees' salaries. How about supporting the councilmen who work hard to know the details of everything that goes on in this town and who volunteer and have volunteered for so many communities over the years? Your allegiances appear to be misplaced. You choose to support a councilman who wasted taxpayer money being lied about it, pretended to resign, and then stormed out of the council meeting slamming the door behind him. You also support 2 candidates who want borough employees to do their jobs without interference. Most of our employees do a wonderful job, but does that mean no oversight without harassment complaints being filed? This seems to be the town's MO, and it's very ugly. I find the timing of this public censure of a councilman who you do not support to be very concerning, as it falls during the campaign season, as many of us pointed out. I certainly hope the voters in Bradley Beach see this for what it is. Politics at its worst. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I'm fading here. Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brinley Avenue. Maybe made a comment again about misinformation on Facebook. Do you have an example of this new misinformation?
This is comments. This isn't questions. If you'd like to give me a call, I'd be happy to.
I cannot, I'd love to see it. Next, I implore all people that are running for council, please don't turn off your comments. Don't turn off comments. At the public forum, we want to talk to people today. I don't like something you're doing. You put something on there that someone else is wasting tax money and I call you out for it. That's not the worst part of what Facebook is about. Facebook is about having some type of discourse, talking about something, saying that wasn't me. I didn't do it. Talking by say, I lived here. Look at me. I'm in my house. Selfies. There's ways of doing this and using Facebook that can be normal. Just be normal. Be yourself. You know, I'm not asking you to
go up there and just make things up or to just turn on comments. Then discourse stops. Oh, I'm done. You challenged me. That's what's happening on there. So I implore everyone who's on there, please keep your Facebook comments on. If you don't like someone's comment on there, just get rid of the whole thing or go back at the person, talk to the person. We are your neighbors. Please talk to us. Unless there are some people who are on there that are not from you. So I'm not all your neighbors, sorry. But some of us are. I am your neighbor. So if you see Thomas McGuire on there and I comment to you, I live here, I love a response back. You know, please don't turn off comments just because I asked something. Thank you very much.
Don't see anybody on Zoom.
We have one more hand back here.
Yes.
Rich Davidson, 304 Fourth Ave. Just got two comments, one on hotels. I don't know if you know how I make a living. Been a real estate broker in 1986. I moved here in the 70s. I remember all the policemen used to skateboard all Hefty on Ocean Park Avenue. In the rec center, Rifle Club in 73, Rock, played cards, John Pillow. So this, back in the day in the 70s, you had these hotels, motels, rooming houses, whatever you want to call them. So in the summer, you had a nice crowd. However, in the off season, you had the cops, you had drugs, you had domestic violence. So if you're basing this ordinance of hotels, which has been on the book for 50 years, times have certainly changed. As the pandemic is just a blip on the radar, this demand and population growth is not going to continue at this pace. So I'm not really in favor of these hotels. We presently have a problem with Airbnb and traffic and parking. This is only going to contribute to that, in my opinion. The other comment is this witch hunt against Al Gubitosi. If your administration with cronies, yes. We have a history of municipal employees suing council people. The reason is the judicial system allows them to hire legal representation on taxpayers' dime. Council people have to put it out of their pocket. So I'm wondering, statutes of limitations, when nobody's a municipal employee anymore, can that person count? I don't know if you can comment or if you're.
Hypothetically, sure.
Okay, I'm just saying, unfortunately, it's cheap shots. Anybody can sue anybody in New Jersey, we all know that. It's even easier when you can hire a lawyer and just have the taxpayers pay for it. You have to go after these council meetings, in my opinion, on no merit. And also back to the hotels, it's mask on Main Street. I'm never really a fan of comparing one town to the other and that being the basis of trying to make a point. It has no merit, you know, it's a weak point in life. Manasquan is a completely different demographic population. It's certainly not apples to apples.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay,
Yes, William Shep, 110 Fifth Avenue, Valley Beach. This is again deja vu, like in 2019, like Mr. Weber stated. But one thing that wasn't stated was that Superior Court Judge Andrea Marshall allowed 5 of the 6 claims made against Weber and Bonnell to move forward. The other thing that no one meant, that he didn't mention, was the simple fact that they dragged everything until after the election to settle with Ms. Kelly, which was a reason. It was a political reason by the council that that was done. And the other thing is, you said that oh, well, nothing happened out of it. Well, yes, something did happen out of it. It cost the town over $150,000 between legal fees and settlement. And one thing, the council is covered by the town as far as attorneys. They don't come out of their own pocket. No, they don't. They are covered by the town with their attorney.
sorry, this is comments. Thank you. No. Okay. Okay, I don't see any other comments, so we'll make some motion. Kim, do you have any comments you want to make? Good. Make a motion for adjournment. Good.
I think I found. That I.